Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good day, depending on where you are joining us from. From here, from United States of America, New York, the financial capital, is good morning. Building on the momentum of the recent high-level summit during the 69th session of the United Nations Commission on the Status of Women, the CSW 69th section, in honor of the 30th year of the Beijing Declaration, we are pleased to launch the Executive Education on Transformative Leadership and Advocacy. Inspired by the summit call to action, this program serves as a strategic leap forward, aligning our shared goal to foster inclusive system change through empowered leadership. Advancing gender equality requires transformative leadership, systematic advocacy, and inclusive community engagement. The two-day intensive virtual training is designed for leaders, change agents, researchers, policymakers, professionals, advocates committed to driving gender response reforms. Participants will explore tools for systematic advocacy, leadership development, and inclusive engagement that can be applied across institutional and community contexts. As we join each other to convene a global network of change makers to exchange knowledge, deepen strategy, and chart a collective path forward in the pursuit of gender equality and social justice, we are in alignment with the UN Pact for the Future and building on the outcomes of the IGCE, the international conference held in November 24 in Ghana on gender advocacy executive training, and delivering the transformative learning experiences that equip participants with essential tools. To advance gender equality with institutions and communities, it is designed for individuals who are ready to elevate their influence, deepen their strategic capacity, and reframe their approach to leadership and advocacy. Whether you lead within a ministry, civil society organization, corporate structure, government, or grassroots network, this training can serve as a transformative milestone in your professional journey, deepening your understanding of what drives sustainable change and inclusive governance. The executive education is a two-day intensive virtual program as designed to strengthen the capacity of leaders, professionals, and advocates across sectors to promote gender equality through the course one, strategic leadership and institutional transformation, which will provide the evidence is clear, inclusive leaders and inclusive organizations outperform those that are not. Strategic leadership and institutional transformation involve planning, implementing, and sustaining significant changes within an organization. It will further instill the strategic leadership and institutional transformation, which can help leaders and organizations navigate complex challenges and achieve their goals through visionary thinking, developing a clear and compelling vision for the organization, strategic planning, creating and implementing effective strategic plans, leadership styles, understanding different leadership styles and their impact on organizational culture. The outcome of this topic, of this course, will be participants will build leadership skills and a clear vision, increase adaptability, where participants will lead with vision and data-aligned decisions. They will also improve organizational performance to think strategically to improve performance and impact. Again, there will also be sustainable growth where participants will learn to build partnership for impact and sustainable growth. Increased confidence. Leaders feel more confident in their ability to lead and make more strategic decisions. Improve communications. Leaders communicate effectively with their teams and stakeholders. Course 2, intersectional and intergenerational justice advocacy, which promotes inclusive, sustainable justice by addressing interconnected social issues, injustices across identities and generations, empowering marginalized groups, and ensuring equitable participation in decision-making. The objective of this course day is one, intersectionality, which acknowledges overlapping forms of oppression based on identity, intergenerational justice, protects the rights and well-being of current and future generations. It also has inclusivity, ensures diverse participatory advocacy. Advocacy focus promotes human rights, social and environmental justice. What are we expected from this course? It will understand intersectionality and its role in social justice. It will learn intergenerational justice and its importance. It will recognize social justice issues and values and value community engagement. It will further develop, implement, and evaluate advocacy plans of justice. It will build skills to promote inclusive intergenerational advocacy. And so with these two courses for day one, we want to get into, I'll leave the other two for the second day. We will get into the main course. And I have the pleasure to start the one on institutionalizing gender equality, strategic frameworks, and transformative leadership. And we have nothing to get to the three speakers, the resource persons for this day. One will give us the opening statement to declare the executive course open, and she is the Honorable Aya Benjamin Warile, who is the Minister of Gender, Child, and Social Welfare in Sudan. She will give us an opening statement and declare the course open. Then after her, we have strategic pathways for embedding gender equality into policy and practice. Why is the voice echoing? So we'll get into the second course, and we are going to have it with Dr. Emmanuel Ayifa, who is a development practitioner and lecturer, School of Public Health, University of Ghana. And then we have a break, 5 minutes break. After these presentations, we have a 5-minute break. The resource person, Dr. Emmanuel Ayifa, will direct the framework of his presentation. There might be breakout section, there might be workshop, there might whatever according to his document. And then after that, we'll have a 5 minutes break. And then we come back again to reflective tools for institutional transformation, stakeholder collaboration, and inclusive leadership. And the resource person will be Ms. Sharon Doctor, who is the Dean and Principal of Valencia LLC Healthcare Consultancy here in United States. And after that, we'll have a 5 minutes break again. And then we come back to conversation, questions, answers, sharing for the two resource persons. They will have so you have your notebook, you have your questions to address at the end at the end of the two presentations. And then of course we have our announcement and closing remarks. And there we end it for day one. And I hope to believe that by 2 p.m. every course one will be ended effectively. So we want to encourage us to be still. This is a virtual classroom. So we know, and it's an advanced executive classroom. So we will appreciate if we are stable instead of going and coming, the resource persons who are lecturers for the day would like to see the face of their students. And let's not take the fact that we are virtual for granted. They would like to see the face of their student while they are lecturing. And at the end of it all, we all have to receive your executive course certificate. As we said earlier, this is not a conference, but a course, and you can have the certificate to your resume. So please let us be students and face our lecturers at this time. Thank you all. And I hand over the floor to Honorable Aya Benjamin, the Honorable Minister of Gender, Child and Social Welfare from Sudan, to give us our opening statement. Honorable, you have the floor. You are muted.
Thank you very much. It is an honor to be invited to officiate this very timely and important course. That's the Executive Education course on Transformative Leadership and Advocacy. Dear organizers, the facilitators, and the participants, we stand here today at a critical juncture in the fight for gender equality. While progress has been made, the reality for many women and girls around the world remains one of the systematic disadvantage, discrimination, and violence. We cannot rest on our laurels. We must not only acknowledge the challenges, but also equip ourselves and others with the tools to dismantle the structures that perpetuate inequality. This requires a shift, not just in awareness, but in the very fabric of leadership itself. A shift towards transformative leadership and advocacy. Transformative leadership advocacy isn't about simply raising awareness or lobbying for policy changes. It's about building capacity, fostering empowerment, and cultivating a deep understanding of the systematic roots of gender inequality. It's about recognizing that gender equality is not just a women's issue. It's a human rights issue, impacting every facet of our society. South Sudan is actively working towards gender equality with policies and initiatives focused on women's rights, empowerment, and participation in various sectors. The country is committed to regional and global frameworks like CEDAW and the SDGs, particularly SDG 5, which aims to achieve gender equality and empower women and girls. South Sudan envisions keeping gender equality at the center of public policy and ending inequality by 2040. Dear participants, organizers, and facilitators, to achieve this, we need to focus on several key areas. Building a deep understanding of intersectionality. We must recognize that gender inequality intersects with other forms of oppression, including race, class, sexual orientation, and disability. A truly transformative approach understands and addresses the unique challenges faced by a marginalized group, recognizing that solutions must be tailored to their specific needs. We must actively listen to their voices and experiences, ensuring that our advocacy is inclusive and representative. developing critical thinking and analysis skills. We need to move beyond simply identifying problems to critically analyzing the power, dynamics, and systematic structures that perpetuate them. This requires a deep understanding of social, economic, and political systems. We must analyze how policies and practices marginalize certain groups and actively seek ways to challenge these norms. Cultivating collaborative leadership. Transformative leadership is not about individual heroism. It's about fostering collective action. We must need to build strong networks and coalitions, collaborating with diverse groups, including women, men, and organizations across sectors. This means recognizing and valuing the contributions of everyone, fostering inclusivity, and creating spaces where everyone feels empowered to participate. Developing effective communication and advocacy skills. We need to be able to articulate the challenges of gender inequality in a compelling and accessible way, connecting with diverse audiences and building support for our cause. This includes learning how to engage with different stakeholders, from policymakers to community members. We must be strategic, persuasive, and persistent in our advocacy efforts. Investing in leadership development programs. Providing opportunities for women and girls to develop leadership skills, build confidence, and gain experience in advocacy is crucial. These programs should focus on empowering individuals to challenge norms, build resilience, and take on leadership roles in their communities. Promoting accountability and transparency. We must hold ourselves and our organizations accountable for our actions and commitments. Transparency and clear communication are essential to building trust and fostering a sense of shared responsibility. Ladies and gentlemen, this journey towards transformative leadership advocacy requires a commitment to continuous learning, self-reflection, and a willingness to challenge our own biases. We must be courageous and confronting injustice, compassionate in our interactions, and persistent in our pursuit for a more equitable future. Let us not just talk about gender equality. Let us actively build the capacity for transformative leadership that will bring about real and lasting change. Let us together create a world where every individual, regardless of gender, has the opportunity to thrive. With this, ladies and gentlemen, I wish all of you a good time in these 2 days. And with this, I am happy to declare this training officially opened. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you.
I'm not surprised that you're able to give us this opening because you're already a Minister of Gender. Minister of Gender, and it's all-inclusive gender of all sectors. And then the child as well is there. So we are pleased, really pleased to have you do this job. And you've been able to highlight very important issues that builds a deep understanding of intersectionality. The program is a course, and it's also looking at transformative leadership, which acts on collective action that builds strong networks. And we can see that this strong work across sectors is what we have here. We have diversities of participants on this program. So, and then again, you went further to say that we must be strategic and persistent in our advocacy efforts. And this is where we fail today. You can imagine since the 30 years of Beijing conference, we have not been strategic. We have not been persistent on issues about gender. When we mean gender is all inclusive, not just women. We have the 13 tenets of Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action, and yet we have not been persistent. We have not been strategic. We have not been continuous in our advocacy efforts to make the world a better place for all. In spite of the UN efforts, the UN resolutions and statements and programs to make the world a better place, we still have not gotten there. And with the 2030 agenda of less than 5 years to go, we are not sure that we have been able to come up with strategic and persistence, to come with strategic principles and increase persistency in our advocacy efforts. And I'm not sure that with this less than 5 years to go on the 2030 agenda, that we are able to make the world sustainable for the younger generation. So this course is where this course comes in, because we want to bring in to those who are not able to get involved globally, who are not able to get more ideas and strategic frameworks or advocacy tools, to be able to learn from this 2-day executive course. So, and that is what Honorable Minister has been able to bring to our knowledge. You also talk about promoting accountability and transparency. We also need to be courageous and confront injustice. Injustice is everywhere. There's wars. Injustice is the one that leads to war. Whether you are a man or a woman, a boy or a girl, there is still this. Personally, I feel that the injustice within individual, within self-injustice scheme is also a big problem. And that is what we need to increase our knowledge understanding on transformative issues from this 2-day course in order to know how to advance what we are doing in our various sectors across the world. And finally say we should actually build the capacity that will lead on lasting change. And we believe that after these 2 days, we will have we'll be able to develop some visionary strategies and transformative leadership policies or programs that can help us to build the lasting change from our communities, from our workplace, from our settings, from our families, and even from our own personal self. So I urge you with this declaration to be more attentive. Don't just take it, oh, I'm at work, I'm just listening. Just pay attention, because it is what will help us to know our next way forward from this way. So we thank you, the Honorable Minister, for your time and energy to bring this all the way from Sudan. God bless you. Thank you. So with this, the executive course is open. And I want to call on my co-host, Lady Rachel, to introduce the first resource person. Thank you.
Good. Can you?
Hello. Good. Yes, so I was not expecting mine, okay, to talk today. Yes, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen from Sweden. My name is Lady Rachel, and yes, I am the leader for, I believe, Global. Yes, so our next resource person is Dr. Aifa Emmanuel, a development practitioner and a lecturer at the University of Ghana, a public health practitioner as well. He's also worked for, I believe, Global.
Your voice is echoing, maybe because you have your earpiece.
Okay.
Is it possible to remove your earpiece? Yes.
Yes. Can you hear me better? Hello?
Much better right now.
It's better. Okay.
Yes.
Let me increase the volume. I don't know. Okay, can you hear me? Okay, thank you so much. Yes, so
we
let me
can
go
hear
straight
you.
to the point. Our next resource person is Dr. Emmanuel Ayifa, a development practitioner and a lecturer at University of Ghana, Department of Public Health. And he is a program officer at, I believe, Global. So ladies and gentlemen, without wasting much time, let's welcome Dr. Emmanuel. Dr. Emmanuel, the platform is yours. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lady Rachel. I believe everyone is hearing me well. And thank you, Honorable Minister, for the setting the stage for us to begin this important training. I mean, gender is not about women, it's about both male and females. And so it's interesting that you have a lot of male gender champions, which I'm one as well. I'm hoping that with very good internet connectivity, we should be able to have a very interactive session so that wouldn't be all of us just sitting down just to listen. Please, can you see my screen? I'm sharing my screen. I want to be sure that. Hello?
Can
We are
only see
not
your
share.
background, sir.
Okay.
Doc, we can only
Yeah.
see your background.
We are not sharing any sharing yet, and you are a co-chair, so you okay. Excellent. It's coming up. Good.
You can see it now?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So I'm leading the session on strategic pathways for embedding gender equality into policy and practice. I've been introduced already, so I don't need to introduce myself. So I'm hoping that by the end of this short session, all of us should be able to clearly explain what gender equality is and its relevance. We should be able to discuss ways that we can embed gender equality into policy and practice.
Can you, your voice, can you come out a bit? Your voice is low.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, much better now.
Okay. So I was making the point that it's important to know that after the end of the session, we should be able to explain some 5 strategic pathways that we can embed gender equality into policy and practice. And as much as possible, also have some real-world country case studies that we can learn from. Those that are doing well and those that are not doing well. So what we realized that over the years, various research upon research by various international bodies, the UN has been doing some work looking at gender equality. We have the Economic Forum doing some work on gender equality. And consistently, what we've seen is that whether you are looking at it in terms of health, in terms of politics, in terms of education, in terms of economics, what has been seen in the data is that gender equality is really one thing that people say is increasing. The latest research was by Pew Research, the latest data that we have, and that is what is projected here, where they asked about over the past 20 years. They asked people, as in, how do you see gender equality? And most people said that it's been increasing. Those who said there is no change and those who said it has decreased are relatively smaller. That tells us that globally, everybody is concerned about the topic that we are treating today. And it tells us that it is indeed important to embed gender equality into policy and practice. Let me pause after this background and ask, what is gender equality? You can use the chat, or you could possibly just raise your hand and then unmute yourself, and let's have a conversation on what gender equality means. Anybody to set the ball rolling? Because I'm sharing my screen, I may not see those who have raised their hands. So pardon me, but you can just unmute and then speak. The Minister for Gender highlighted the SDG 5, Go 5, which talks about achieving gender equality and empowering all women and girls. So this B is called gender equality. What it is? What it is? Gender equality. What do you know about it? Let's have a conversation. Matilda, you want to help us?
Yes.
Okay.
I think that gender equality is the situation where people are given, or both male and females are given equal rights.
Okay.
In all areas of life.
Okay. So Matilda is saying where both males and females are given equal rights. Yes, Samsung, I'm seeing Samsung SMA047. You've also raised your hand. And I see Akinde. So Samsung, could you unmute and then just tell us what you think gender equality
Is this Samsung? I don't know why he's on attendee, because you're supposed to have his login details to join and his name,
Yeah.
please.
If he's not ready, you should just jump out.
Not changing to the name, please don't bring him in.
Okay, while Samsung is trying to
I don't know who he is, and he's not supposed to be on. Nobody is supposed to be on attendee, please.
Okay, while Samsung is trying, let's invite Sarah Akinde Temitope. Yeah,
Okay,
Sarah,
good
your hand is up.
afternoon. Yes, can everybody hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, good afternoon. Oh, yes, I just want to let me say what is gender equality? It is giving the same responsibility to individual, whether male or female. To me, what it means is that whatever responsibility being given to a woman, the same responsibility must be given to a male. Thank you.
One.
Thank you, Sarah, for that. So Sarah is also saying giving the same responsibility to either a male or a female. Yes, Virginia Ochanga. Please pardon me if I don't pronounce your name.
It's fine. Good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah.
What I just want to make an addition, because what the first speaker and Dr. Temitope said is not quite different from what I want to say, but just like giving a scenario of giving this equal responsibility and opportunity to both male and female. Like maybe in a family setting, some people feel like the girl child should be the one washing the plates. The girl child should be the one in the kitchen with the mom, while the boy should be in the living room watching the television with their dad. And ordinarily in gender equality, it shouldn't be. The boys equally should be trained on how to prepare the meal, clean the dishes, because it goes a long way, whereby the boy will grow someday and become a man. So at the end of the day, if the boy grows up, become a man, and he does not have the idea how to wash the dishes, clean the house, or do some of the house chores, or even cooking, it becomes another problem entirely. So it would just like come back again, creating problem in the home setting, even in the society. So that is why we say gender equality is like sharing responsibility equally to both male and female in every aspect of it. So that's just my little addition.
All right,
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Virginia. It's getting interesting. We have Honorable Sarah Westcott also raised her hand. So, Honorable, over if there's anything you want to share with us. And that will probably be the last, in the interest of time, that we'll move on. Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah,
So
Honorable
quickly,
Sarah Westcott.
yes. Am I up next? Thank you so very much for the opportunity. And I would just like to add to the speakers before me who indicated, for one, responsibility in terms of gender equality. The other speaker indicated the roles, which indeed is true, equal roles, and the training and the culture regarding these roles. And I wanted to add to those two R's, the rights, equal rights in all of the areas. So I just wanted to add that piece as well.
Okay, thank you so much. In fact, this is a good class, and you've made my work very simple. So basically, we are looking at equal responsibility, equal roles, and equal rights as far as issues of health, education, social protection. I mean, everything that we want to look at, whether at the household level or at the state level or at the national level, you have to look at it in the lens of the 3 R's: responsibility, rights, and roles. Thank you for that. And indeed, you realize later on that once you are able to ensure or achieve gender equality, then as an economist, it tells me that we are gradually going to be able to attain the necessary development that you want to attain as a country. So okay. I was trying to move to the next slide, but I wasn't coming. I hope you can see now. So you realize that all the definitions, all the explanations that have been highlighted by the 5 or so people.
I just see the background, not the PowerPoint.
I don't know why that.
You just change the tabs. That's fine. This is great.
I think you've left sharing. Can you go back?
No, is it not on? I'm sharing now.
Yes.
Right? Yeah.
You may have to just choose a different tab to share.
I'm sharing. Can you see it?
Virginia is the one that is on the screen.
Yes.
Go back to sharing. You left sharing.
I've now stopped. Let me share again then. Well, I was sharing.
Yes, you are back.
It's back now. Okay. So I was making the point that the 5 or so people who explained gender equality. Hello? Okay, that's fine. So I was making the point that all these explanations given, in fact, it's in line with the international explanations or definitions as far as gender equality is concerned. I mean, if you look at this, I hope you see where I'm hovering my mouse on. The picture that is, you see here, where we have the male and the female sitting on a a balance, and it's equal. I mean, it clearly sums up everything that the four people highlighted. Gender equality, in some circles, you see sexual equality or equality of the sexes. It's a state of equal ease of access to resources and opportunities, regardless of one's gender, including economic participation and decision-making, and the state of valuing different behaviors, aspirations, needs, and regardless of gender again. And in fact, the research work that I indicated earlier normally highlights issues of political participation as where globally you see a lot of gender inequities. So either is gender equality or inequity, and you see that highly. And they point to even the number of ministers in countries, the proportion of ministers in respective countries, the proportion of presidents who are females. All of us know that these are not as much. When you look at gender equality, we have to look at it not just in the sense of, let's say, unpaid care work alone. And that is where normally you hear a lot of discussions on. But generally, in the area of health, we have to look at it from that side. Health status, health behavior, and access to health. Do we treat the sexes equally? If we look at issues of power, like I said, political participation, if you look at socioeconomic participation, do we treat the sexes equally? If you look at knowledge, people's knowledge, in terms of attainment of some knowledge, in terms of lifelong learning, do we treat males and females equal, boys and girls equal? If you look at financial inclusion, so the lists are mentioned to point us to the fact that then gender equality really is multifaceted and multidimensional. That is one thing that we want to emphasize on. Let us have a discussion also on gender equality and gender equity. Of course, we are treating gender equality, but normally we get confused with equity and equality. Before I come to the picture on the far right down, can somebody help us your understanding of the difference between gender equality and gender equity? Do you think they are different or you think they are the same? And if you could use
Doctor, your volume is still...
It's still lower. Are you hearing me?
Please. Yeah, we're hearing you now.
Okay, then let me get the speaker close to mine. So I was saying that very often we tend to associate gender equity with gender equality. And sometimes people think that they are the same, and for that matter, they can be used interchangeably. Although the focus is on gender equality, I want us to discuss and to see what the differences between the two are. So I asked if somebody can help us. Gender equity and gender equality. You can raise your hand. You can put it in the chat. You can unmute straight away and then speak. Yes, Linda George, can you help us? Do you think gender equity and gender equality are bedfellows? They are the same.
Good afternoon, all. They mean different things, but they are all tending towards the same. So while gender equality, refers to the 3R you spoke about earlier, the equity aspect of it is the ability to understand that these genders, the genders we're referring to, they have different needs. They're peculiar in their different ways. And as such, we should be a little bit more attentive to their various needs. For example, you're referring to the male gender, you're referring to the female gender. Okay, so they all have their different needs, as it's applicable. So it's the ability to identify this, to understand the barriers, to recognize these different needs, challenges, and barriers, and all of them all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Linda. Anybody else? Raise your hand, or you can just unmute and then speak directly. Gender equality, gender equity. Okay, let's continue. I'm not seeing anybody hand. But it's exactly the point that Linda highlighted. In terms of equity, you need to look at peculiar limitations of the gender that you are looking at. Whereas mostly we tend to, and if you look at the picture I have here, if you are looking at equality, then it implies that you are treating everybody the same. The same. But for equity, you wouldn't want to treat everybody the same. You look at the peculiarities with respect to a particular gender. And even that within even one gender, let's say for females, depending on what you are looking at, you may even still have certain peculiarities with a particular group. And for that matter, the way you intervene should be different. And so this is just to establish the point that gender equality is not the same as gender equity. But in trying to achieve one, you may end up also trying then to possibly achieve the other, especially as we try to achieve gender equality. Once you're achieving gender equality, it does not necessarily mean that you've achieved equity directly. So you have to, as a policy person, you have to look at both to see. So that is what. And please, as we go on, if you have any questions too, you can raise your hand, and then we can deal with that. I wouldn't want us to wait till the end before. If you are not clear with anything, we can move on. So research has also shown that, and in fact, this is the latest work by the World Economic Forum, which was in 2023. It shows that we still have a very distant way to go as far as globally helping to achieve gender equality. We are in 2025, and the World Economic Forum estimates that globally it's going to take almost around 131 years to achieve gender equality. That should tell us that we have a long way to go globally. And the picture doesn't even look very good for Asian countries. It appears that for Latin America and the Caribbean, they've done quite well. And so for Latin America and Caribbean, from now, 2023, when the research was done, we are looking at about 53 years to achieve gender equality, all things being equal. I know we have a couple of Africans in this training, and they'll be interested in how well Sub-Saharan Africa is doing. Sub-Saharan Africa is going to take around 102 years if everything is to go well to achieve gender equality on a continent. And I indicated that the Asian countries are not doing as well because East Asia and the Pacific is going to take around 189 years for gender equality to be attained. Of course, there may be some country-specific dynamics. And so it might not mean that all East Asian countries are going to take that long. Neither would it mean that all Latin American countries are going to take the 53 years. But it's important to know that globally we have a long way. And that is one of the reasons why, of course, the SDGs 5 is looking at gender equality. And looking at how well we've come, I believe after 2030, which we just have roughly 5 years or so to go, we will still come back discussing the need to focus on gender equality globally. So let me then ask why we need gender equality.
I do have a question.
Okay, good, Sharon.
Yes, I have a question. So I'm just wondering, for those countries that or areas that don't have gender equality and equity, do we find that in families that have more wealth, even though it's like cultural norms, but if that family has more wealth, is there more equality like among women, or does the economics, does that make not impact or not much of an impact? Because I always kind of thought, well, if they have more money, maybe they would be more liberal. But I just just would like your feedback on that.
Yeah, so thank you. I mean, if I'm to go back to the slide, this slide, and if you are looking at wealth in terms of a country's economy, then that should tell us that the North America should do better relative to the Latin American and Caribbean countries. It should tell us that Europe should do better relative to the Latin American and Caribbean countries. But the data doesn't show that way. And so that is why I made mention that sometimes there may be some dynamics within what we are looking at. Yeah, and for that matter, although, yes, if we have gender equality, it will contribute to growth, economic growth. It doesn't necessarily mean that where we have wealth, as your question is about wealth, it does not necessarily mean that the richer you are, the more gender equal you will be. It might interest you to know that if you're even doing some micro level analysis, this analysis is at the macro level. If you do some micro level analysis and comparing rich and poor individuals, it might surprise you to know that most rich individuals may not necessarily be achieving gender equality. I mean, even at the household level. And so it's not, we don't have that direct relation that the more wealthier you are, the more equitable or equal your society is, at least from what this data is telling us. Yeah. I hope you're okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Any other questions? Then we can move on. So I asked the question about, I mean, why do we need to be worrying ourselves so much about the B score gender equality. Why? Why? Why should we care? Why should we care? Anybody to help us? Why should please I want this question I want us to put in the chat. Why should we care? Why should we care? What is the need for gender equality? Why would the UN set gender equality as a goal 5? Why? Yeah, I've seen Virginia, your hand is up, but I want to see a few people also put in the chat. Then we can, you put in the chat and we can give you the chance to talk about what is in the chat. Okay, Virginia, go on whilst other people try to use it. Yeah.
Though you have insisted that we must have a conversation, so I just hope that this will not sound too funny. I just felt the reason we need gender equality is to bridge gaps and eradicate differences that could result to the misunderstanding of an ordinary layperson about gender equality. Like majorly, people look at gender equality to be we fight for women and stuff, which is far from that. So with this advocacy, I feel like it's bringing about wider knowledge, bridging the gaps, and that has just my opinion, the reason we need gender equality.
Okay,
To
thank
bridge
you.
the gap and block the differences.
Thank you, Virginia. I mean, you said it all. I mean, looking at the data as presented, where there's a wide gap, it just makes sense to be thinking about how do we bridge the gender gap. If the data is telling us you need an average of 131 years, then it's important that we become intentional policy-wise to bridge the gap and eradicate those differences. Yes. Any other? Possibly the last one, in the interest of time, then we can move on. Yes. Tell me, Sarah. Yeah.
Yes, I want to believe that we need that because I believe in a case where you have men in a particular office ruling and controlling the administration, when you give a woman too the chance to rule, the chance to, to do the administrative aspect, women can also bring peace into a ruling, into an administrative sector. And then I believe peace will reign. When you let the other gender to operate, it will bring peace and harmony in that kind of a situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Peace and harmony. Of course, it's true. If we are not equal every time one gender is moving on, there will be agitations and we will not have peace. So peace and harmony. Thank you. Lady Rachel, my president. You should read the
Yes.
last. Yes.
So I think gender equality is very crucial, and especially for Africa, for socio-economic development of Africa and probably the world. And I think that is why gender equality at this juncture is very critical, very important, especially for Africa and the developing economies.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lady Rachel. Yes, gender equality, why we need to really be concerned about it, has been put in 5 building blocks. And that is because, first of all, Lady Rachel spoke about development, and development is about growth, economic growth as well. So their thinking is that if we have male, female, and let's say only the females are really giving all the necessary support. That is not the case anyway. Unfortunately, it is the other way around in reality. But just for the purposes of the class, if you have situation where all females are giving that support at the expense of the males, I mean, the males could also have done something to contribute to growth. But once that is not done, it will mean that the growth will be lopsided. But what we see in reality is the other way around, as I said, because the data is also telling us that the inequity is really at the side of women, where very few women are actually making progress. And so that wouldn't help in the economic growth. Also, social justice, improved health outcomes, better decision making, and reducing poverty. These are the 5 building blocks that we want to look at as far as importance of gender equality is concerned. But from these 5 building blocks, one Emmeline Sokin Hubert came up with 10 main reasons why we think gender equality is important. First, it reduces poverty, leads to healthier communities, extends people's life, that's longevity. It reduces violence, just like what Temi indicated, that there will be peace. It improves education.
Hello?
People are happy, people are not sidelines, and they really work wholeheartedly. It contributes to the general economy. Also, it's about unfair or justice in the system. And it also ensures equity in a way. So that should tell us that for the UN to have Go 5, gender equality, because UN was thinking about these 5 building blocks, which is about social justice, it's about improved health outcomes, it's about better decision making, reduced poverty, and economic growth.
I think he's frozen.
Yeah.
Hello, sorry, there was a disconnect in my distance. Sorry. Am I heard? Are you hearing me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. There was a and I hope you see my screen.
No.
Yes.
Sorry.
Oh, no, it's off now. Okay, yes.
So
You've not started sharing.
you can
I
reshare.
think there was a disconnect from me.
Okay.
I hope you can see it now. So I was
Yes,
making the
yes.
point that based on this background, it's important to have a gendered perspective in policy making and in practice. And considering that the relevance of gender equality focuses on economic growth, reducing poverty, focusing on ensuring social justice, improved health outcomes, then in embedding gender equality into policy and practice, the first thing you want to look at is how inclusive our policy making is, how inclusive our legislations. And so you have to look at it in terms of all the sectors: health, does the legislation, healthy health legislation, has that gender lens to suggest that we are not excluding women. We are not excluding boys, girls, males, females. And so that is one key thing that as a gender advocate or as somebody who is so much into gender equality, you have to be looking at. You need to peruse your organizational or country's policies. And in fact, the discussion is not just about the country level alone, because these things start from homes and then organizations, and it goes to the country as a whole. And so that is one. Another thing from experience is that, yes, you may have the laws, legislations that are seen from the perspective of gender, but you need money to really implement those legislations. And so it's not enough to be looking at gender responsive legislation. You also have to look at what is popularly known as gender responsive budgeting. Because yes, you can have legislations. We need so much for women, for boys, for girls. But within the economy, if they don't intentionally allocate money or resources to address gender disparities, you wouldn't attain any giant strides as far as gender is concerned. And so in policy making, that is one thing that you have to look at. Once it also affects economic development, then you have to look at equal employment opportunities. So we promote equal access to job opportunities for all genders. Because research has shown and evidence point to the fact that women are disproportionately affected in most settings, especially in entrepreneurship, in financial inclusion and the like. It's important also to be intentional in supporting women entrepreneurs and also to recognize contribution of women who have made it so that it can also encourage others. I'll be mentioning women, not because gender equality is about women alone, but it's because, as I indicated, the data shows that men are doing relatively better than women. And so we need to mention that. Well, my thing is okay. It's on. So in terms of education, you also need to look at gender-sensitive curriculum in education. So those of us who happen to be working in the education sector, whether at the primary level, secondary level, or tertiary level, if you have any chance to really look into the education curriculum, you want to check, is it gender sensitive or not? Does it speak to you that, yes, it will help ensure gender equality or not? The same with health as well. So I won't talk so much about the health aspect as well. This is just to let you know that for every sector, if you are looking at comprehensive healthcare, you are looking at comprehensive education. If you're living in agriculture, then you need to be intentional about it as well. The fifth aspect that we need to look at is participation in politics, political participation. Most of the key decision makers in society, globally, are politicians, of course. And that means that they are the ones that we can push to get gender equality concerns solved. And it means that you even have to start from political participation in terms of leadership. And it's not political participation or leadership, we are not just looking at in terms of being the president alone, but even at the ministerial level and across all sectors that you can think of. It's important that we could decide to implement gender quotas so that where you feel that women are disproportionately affected, you can be intentional with affirmative action, push more women there. In social protection, it's also the same. Even in infrastructure development, how gender sensitive is our urban planning, because you need to take care of the needs of women, even in transportation and in housing facilities. The last thing that we want to look at is in cultural change, where you need to promote gender equality across all platforms. There's something called a gender model family approach. And I remember, I don't know whether it was Sharon or the Honorable Minister or so, who was giving an example at a family setting. And in order for you to make sure that both males and females do work at the household level, it wouldn't be that it's only the females that are asked to just do the cooking, and then the males just will be sitting down watching television or so. In order to promote gender equality, you can use an initiative called the Gender Model Family, which is a tried and tested approach. In fact, if you look at the picture down, you see that the woman is setting the fire. The man is not going somewhere to watch TV, but is also doing some pounding. Whereas the little girl is sweeping, the boy is also washing. So this is kind of sharing roles in the house, and it's part of the process of ensuring gender equality. Now, I want to move on to the specific pathways, and this is the main focus of what we want to do today. Any questions up to now before we move on to this section? Any questions up to now? Okay, let's go on. I had initial plan to do breakouts, very breakout, but I think we'll forget our breakout and then move on this way. So what are the key pathways that we can use if we want to, someone want to speak? Okay. So what are the key pathways if we want to really look at attaining gender equality, whether at the country level, at the global level, or at the state level, or even in an institution? The first in the policy design and reform, which I had indicated earlier, that it's important that you focus on the policy drafting. You don't wait until the policy is done and then you come and then complain. So once you know that there's a policy being drafted, especially as an advocate, that is where you begin to take keen interest to make sure that the issues that borders on gender equity and gender equality are factored in that particular policy framework. And it is expected, the expected outcome is expected that you have inclusive policy that has a fully integrated gender lens. That is important. I had made a point about gender responsive budgeting. So another major pathway is for us as advocates to look at, have they allocated resources or budget to whichever gender undertaking? That is very critical. And in fact, if you've been doing gender responsive budgeting, you realize that in most instances, we don't prioritize it, except a few countries. When we come to the case studies, you see there's case for Sweden and other countries that are doing well. And so it's important that we look at our financial program, and that is the focus way. So there should be a dedicated gender budget line for some specific things that has to be done. A third pathway we look at is capacity strengthening and leadership. Capacity strengthening and leadership. I normally wouldn't want to refer to a capacity building per se, because in most instances, it's not that there's no capacity at all. Sometimes we only need to strengthen people's capacity. And it means that it's important to be looking at some mentorship and some training sessions so that we can build people's capacity to be able to even analyze some gender-specific undertakings or issues to see where the gaps are so that we can offer appropriate solutions. And once you do that, you have gender competent leaders or gender competent staff if it's an organization-wide level. The fourth is stakeholder engagement and advocacy. And I believe most of the participants on this call are gender advocates in one way or the other. And so it's important to have some partnerships, to have some input from community as a good pathway. And once you do that, there's that buy-in from all the stakeholders that you engage. You don't just decide to sit at one place and think that you can do it all. The last but not the least pathway, which I think is very important, is monitoring, evaluation, and accountability. Because it is only when you monitor and evaluate with some specific indicators in mind that we can really track to see how well we are doing as far as ensuring gender equality or gender equity is concerned. So that is very critical pathway. In most instances, we don't really look at that. We look at the policy design, we check whether there's money available, and once we are happy there's money, that is all. But it's important that monitoring, evaluation, and accountability should be part of the pathways to ensure gender equality in policy and practice. And once you do that, once you monitor and evaluate, you can then course correct and make the necessary adjustments that you have to make. I said I wanted us to do some interactive exercises, but in the interest of time, I know that I'm running out of time. And also because of some logistical constraints, we can't just take note of what it's here. So I've already made mention of the policy design. One, you have to be intentional to integrate a gender impact assessment in policy cycles. You have to be able to embed certain specific gender clauses in legislation. And you should have a committee to be reviewing this from time to time. It is important that you do that. The interactive exercise on the right is when you have any time to really be involved in policy design and reforms as far as gender is concerned. It's important that you let the group take a copy of whichever policy. You read it very well to see whether really there are some gaps in the policy as far as gender considerations are concerned. Once you do that, then you want to make some recommendations. So if we were to really have the break part, that's what we're going to do. I'm having some feedback. I don't know whether someone This thing is on. In the same vein, for resource allocation, in terms of budgeting, you need to look at how much has been allocated or earmarked for gender-specific issues. And in most instances, you want to focus on women issues because, as I said, the data points to a disproportionate, what do you call it, reduction in most times in terms of the women-focused specific items. And then you want to track allocation as compared to disbursement. Sometimes they will allocate all the money, but they will not disburse. And in fact, let me take Ghana, for instance. If you look at the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection, ministry's budget, I mean, obviously, every time, I mean, they are also the ministry that takes care of social protection. So in terms of allocation, yes, you see every time it's allocated. The disbursement, the money does not even come early. And so you can imagine if there are some gender-specific things or women-specific things that has to be done. If you just will want to pick the budget that is ready, they say, yes, we've allocated, and you don't take track to see how much has been disbursed, then you might find in the long run that, oh, unfortunately, not much has been done in that respect. So it's important that you look at how much has been disbursed. And sometimes you also have to have some trade-offs. You realize that no, so much has been allocated to, of course, women for a particular undertaking. But in the long run, because of the focus on that particular group, maybe some men somewhere will also be disproportionately affected. And so where you need to have some trade-off and adjust allocation, you need to then do that and do it very well. The capacity strengthening aspect, it's important to really have some training models on gender, looking at some concept in gender. There was some training that we did for some districts in Ghana. I think there were about 40 districts in Ghana. And this, we did it for some chief directors of the districts. And then we selected some from the Ministry of Health and then Agriculture. To our surprise, not everybody even knew about their respective gender policy. They knew that, yes, there was a gender policy existing, but you ask them about the specific content, some aspect of it, they didn't know. And that is why it's important that you do have some trainings for leadership on gender, using some specific tools to train them. And once you do that, they need to embed gender goals into performance appraisals, both at the organization level and the country level. And so there's something called, I'll be using Ghana examples a lot because I'm in Ghana. But of course, I've worked in quite a number of other African countries. So, and in almost every country that I've worked in, the ministries have some performance appraisal, some indicators to see how well the ministry or agency is performing. And so it's important that we embed specific gender goals in those performance appraisals, so that at the end of the year, you want to check the ministry, how well they have performed on the specific gender role. You can do same for your organization. I mean, I believe can do same. Every organization present here can do same for the organization. So as I made mention, it's not just about the country level alone. Even in your household, you want to have some performance appraisals that really bothers on gender. You can't do that. The stakeholder engagement, you can have some dialogue across gender. So you look at age, ethnicity, ability. There was a case that we did some work on gender responsive budgeting in Ghana, and that was in agriculture sector. So we went round to talk to some women farmers to find out how their district actually involved them in agri. And to our surprise, they said that yes, they do have meetings. Yes, they do invite us. But unfortunately, the timing of the meeting doesn't help us as women. Because oftentimes, you have to move from your home to the district capital. And as women, they are concerned about the next meal. They are concerned about cooking meals for their families. And so if you fix a meeting in the district capital, where sometimes they have to travel some over 1 hour or 2 hours in, and then the meeting will last probably to around 2 o'clock. While they are coming back, they are thinking about how they're going to prepare meals for their household. And for that matter, some of them would rather prefer not to go, because if they go, they may not even come early. Some who have kids will be concerned about their children. So in trying to really embed gender into policy and practice, you even have to look at not just stakeholder involvement just alone, but is the time favorable for the stakeholders that you want to engage? If you want to have dialogue, is the time even favorable for them? Would they be able to come to where you want them to come to? Or you rather would want to go to them? These are important things that you want to look at. The last is about the monitoring and evaluation, where I said you should set some indicators, and as much as possible, the indicators should be smart. They should be specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and time-bound. If you are in a situation where you are resource constrained and everything tells that maybe you don't even have any woman being supported at all, you don't go set 100% indicator or target within, let's say, a month, which you know that it will not really be achievable. At least you set realistic target, and then you see how you measure it. And measuring it implies that you need to collect data, being a quantitative and qualitative data to measure. And then once you get a report, it's important that you publish the report. I want to stop here for any quick questions, and we'll do some quick country case studies, and then we'll close. I hope I'm doing well with time.
Sure, I believe so.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, comments, suggestions? Okay, so we want to just look at some country-specific success stories or case studies. We look at countries that have been able to embed gender equality into their policy and what the practice has been and how successful they've become. And some countries that are really struggling in the gender equality endeavor. So Sweden happens to be one country that is a pioneer in gender equality as far as their policies are concerned. Let me say that there are quite a number of countries, but we can't highlight all the countries. We just took ones that are good examples we can highlight. Interestingly, I believe global is in Sweden.
Yes.
But we didn't pick Sweden. I didn't pick Sweden because of I believe global. But Sweden is a good country that we need to study because Sweden has done a holistic gender mainstreaming. If I say holistic, they've integrated gender mainstreaming in all their policies. All their policies. And they are one of the foremost countries that champion gender responsive budgeting, where they ensure that their budget is gender responsive. They also have some reforms to take off childcare, the elderly, and also have some parental leave as well. These are all reforms, welfare reforms that have a gender perspective invoke. And so Sweden is one of such countries. In Africa, Rwanda is a country that we also need to look at as a success story as far as gender equality is concerned. But we've seen some remarkable progress in female representation in parliament. Rwanda, is one country in Africa that has done so well. To the extent that at the last count, about 63 or roughly 64% of their seats for deputy were held by women. I'm yet to see any other country in Africa that has that. And so that is one key success. And I believe that they even want to move it a notch higher. Since 2003, they implemented what's called the gender quota system. Remember, I mentioned that one strategy you could use is gender quota. So they implemented the gender quota system with the view of ensuring that we have more women representation in political positions. And it's intentional. And I know that they do it to the extent that they don't just want to just push women through if they don't have what it takes. If they don't have the competencies and capabilities, they wouldn't necessarily want to push them through. And so they put in place some legislative reforms to train, to build the capacity and to support women. So all the women that are they have been able to push through the political system are able-bodied women. They are not just the warming pews, just to make up the numbers. And so it's important that we also learn from Rwanda. There are countries that are sharing border with them. Uganda doesn't have a good performance. Burundi also doesn't have that good performance. Meanwhile, they are quite close. So sometimes it's not really about where you are, it's about being intentional to get things done. Norway, which is also an European country, also not very far from Sweden, is also a good success story. So you look at the Africa situation where Rwanda shares borders with Uganda, Tanzania, and Burundi. The three countries they share border with, they are not doing much well. But you check the Norway and Sweden. Norway and Sweden are close in terms of the share border. And they are learning from each other, basically. Norway also had the Gender Equality Act as far back as 1978. And they've been enforcing gender mainstreaming for over 40 years now. And the research that I showed you earlier from Pew Research in 2018, 2023, clearly Norway, Sweden are the countries that are on top as far as gender equality is concerned. Now I want us to move to those that are not doing quite well. In fact, let me highlight again that I just use these three countries, Norway, Sweden, and Rwanda. That doesn't mean that they are just the only three countries. Within countries, they have some dynamics as well. But I mean, globally, these are the ones that we can really point to that, yes, they are doing quite well. Afghanistan, Pakistan, and DRC, Democratic Republic of Congo, are not doing as much better as far as embedding gender equality into policy and practice. Afghanistan in particular, they were trying hard, doing better until the return of the Taliban, which really impeded the progress that they made. Women still have some restrictions as far as their rights are concerned. And gender-based violence has been on the ascendancy. And for that matter, they need to be very intentional in embedding gender equality. Pakistan still have some discriminatory norms, and that disproportionately affect women. There's a lot of cases of intimate partner violence. And just like in Pakistan, they also have some disparities as far as rights are concerned. You know, Pakistan and Afghanistan also are close. And so sometimes you might want to look at whether there's a neighborly effect in terms of some of these considerations. But at least if you are looking at the Africa story where Rwanda is close to others that are not doing that well, that means that the neighborly effect may not always hold through. That's one thing that you have to look at. And those that are not doing well mostly are conflict-prone regions. So that should tell us that conflict in a way also contribute to some of these things. In fact, addressing these issues as far as gender equality is concerned requires comprehensive approach and an all-encompassing approach for us to be able to deal with it and deal it well. And so that is one thing that we want to look at. I'll end with these key points, just to reaffirm the importance of embedding gender equality into policy and practice. Without inclusive policy making, we will never make the desired headway if we want to ensure gender equality. So it starts from the policy level. You need to make your policy inclusive. And by policy inclusivity, you have to look at all sectors: education, health, social protection, child protection, and welfare. You have to look at agriculture and look at almost every policy that affects both genders. Political participation or leadership, for me also, is critical. Because if you don't have both genders in political leadership, there's a tendency for one gender just to be selfish and be speaking for themselves alone, forgetting about the others. Oh, sorry. Okay, thank you. I was told that the audio is not that clear. I hope you are hearing me now. In fact, there was a case where in terms of gender, where government, those in Ghana, was distributing for cocoa farmers. We did some research in that. Distributing some inputs, and they gave it to a committee to do the distribution. But when we did the study, we realized that women were less likely to benefit, to have access to the input. And we investigated later, we found out that it was because the committee was even composed solely of men. And so the men in the committee had, of course, male friends, and they were, in terms of distribution, they were prioritizing the males rather than the females. So that should tell us that if we were to even have women in leadership, they would also be thinking about their fellow females. And so it is important that we do that. There was also another study that we did. We did a training for the one I said for the 40 MMDS, municipalities and district. And after the training, we did an evaluation. We realized that the district that had women as leaders who also
Dr.
participate in the
Virginia, can you
training
stop sharing from your end?
also were doing better as far as some specific gender indicators are concerned. So this is just to make the point that you need political participation. You also need to look at gender equality so that women may not be disproportionately sidelined or affected. At this point, I'll stop here, and if there are any last questions or anything for me to clarify, I'll clarify. Thank you. You can put it in the chat. You can unmute and then speak.
Thank
Pardon?
you. Dr. Emmanuel, are you done? You have 2 minutes.
Yes, yes,
All
I'm
questions.
done.
Yes. So can you end the sharing, please?
Yeah, I'm done. I want to, if people have questions.
No, the questions will come later. We said it at the beginning.
Okay.
The questions will come after the second resource person.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
we want to thank you for this in-depth analysis. You really went in-depth to this course. The issue about gender equality has been misconstrued by men. They think he's overriding them. They think he's displacing them. They think so many things. But you've been able to define that gender equality, gender issue is all inclusive. It has nothing to do with women alone. It's for both sexes, boys and girls, men and women. So that's a very important issue at this course. Another one is the issue about culture. Let me tell you sincerely, I am pained by the issue of culture concerning gender issues, because culture has made it impossible for the gender balancing to take place. And it's like ancestral. It's like the culture with respect to gender issues is ancestral, because even when you have a male child today, even if he's 1 day old, he has positioned himself as a oga patapata, So it has been like that. Watch it. A male child always has been that authority. And some cultures believe that women should be seen and not heard. So these are the challenges and the constraints, especially in cultures like Africa. So Dr. Emmanuel has been able to expand on these issues, and I want to believe that we will pin on these issues to advance our cause. Thank you so much, Dr. Emmanuel. The analysis was in-depth and has called for further training and further executive course, which I think will come up soon. So without wasting more time, which is exactly 11:31 a.m. here, we need to have a 5 minutes break, and then we come back at 11:36 and then get into the second resource person. So, but while we do all this break conversation, any conversation you want to have with Dr. Emmanuel, you can be able to do it now. And then you have a chat box, a Q&A chat. You can send your questions there, and then we keep the class open. All right. Thank you. So I'm going to spot out Dr. Emmanuel and see if anyone has concern to share with him. Dr. Emmanuel, I can't see you again.
Oh, I'm still on. So
Yes.
I've
Yes.
been on.
So
So
conversation continues with him for the next 5 minutes. Hello, everyone. Are you there?
Yes, we are here.
Let's keep the
Yes, we are
classroom. Let's
here.
keep the classroom on.
Yes, we are here.
Thinking through.
We are here, yes.
Yes.
We're here, Prof.
Thank you. Let's see the
Since I
classroom
cannot
on.
get my background, at least I got a cap.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, see you. African woman. I'm sure you are an Igbo from Nigeria, right? Because only you
I'm
that.
not Igbo, I'm Benue.
Okay. See now, you have just across. Maybe your ancestors migrated. You people came from us. That's why you are creative. It's only Igbos that can be creative in the whole Africa.
Oh, really?
Tell
I
me
learned
now,
that my
see.
great-grandmother is Igbo.
Can you imagine? What did I say now?
Yeah.
You can't be creative without having the background. So this is cultural now, gender cultural
Yeah,
sense.
I've gone cultural.
So let me whilst maybe we are waiting, I mean the break period. Let me ask this scenario for us to reflect on and discuss and see. So take it that in the country where we have the general thinking is that as much as possible, the role for the minister for gender should be for a woman, a female.
Yeah. Agree with you.
Yes. So what do we think about it? And if it happens that in another country they decide that no, let's give that position to a man. What do you think? Do you think that giving that position to a man would necessarily advance gender equality? Or you think having a woman there would necessarily advance gender equality? And what would you do as either an advocate or a practitioner in making sure that the gender equality target is attained? Yeah.
I think I can help you with that question, Doctor. One thing you should understand that women are professional in gender balancing. You know, we don't, rather we cheat ourselves. But is the opposite with men. Men, it's one, their own interest first. So when you put a man as a minister for gender, it will just analyze situation that will suit the male factor and will not think about the balancing of the ministry. And that is where we fail, because without the gender balancing, there will still continue to be the fear of unknown. Men being afraid that if we allow women to come out, we are gone. You know, they discuss it among themselves. So as gender advocate, I will still advocate that ministry, there are some sensitive ministries that should be allowed to the position of women because of our innate tendencies or behavior or attitude that has to do with balancing. You know, now I take you I take you on a lighter note. When Eve ate apple, he looked for Adam to balance it. So there is that gender balancing that is in us. And I want us to understand that women's level of intelligence, level of knowledge about responsibilities, they always look at how to make something happen or make something better. Even not being selfish about it, but they want to think the overall interest that has to be all inclusive. But when it comes to the level of choices, they put themselves down to make sure others. So it's still good that when it comes to issues about gender, women should be able to do it because they have the yardstick, they have the equation, the pH balance to make things well. You know, they don't throw it only to the side of women. Rather, they cheat themselves. And you can see, even in some cultural issues, when in terms of FGM, women are used for genital mutilation, you know? So they put themselves out in order to make sure things are okay for the populace.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your submission. Anybody with another view to share? Any
Okay.
counter
Can I?
view? Anything? Yeah.
Can I?
Yeah, you
Yes.
can come
So
in.
I think ICG, we have a platform and there's this gentleman, and I think some of the course participants can, they can witness what I'm saying. You know, issues with women must be dealt by women. And I think the world, as of now, in terms of gender leadership, has been men who have been sitting on the table deciding for those who owns the problem. Because as for me, as a practitioner, anytime or a researcher, I go to the women. My issue, you can't talk my issue for me. Issue with my health, issue that confronting women in all areas. I can't have a man to send on the table to make policies for me. That's where it comes experiential. And I think that in gender governance, in terms of leadership, women should take that position. Because when a woman is there, he is a woman, she is a woman, she understands the situation, she knows what we're going through. And she will put herself always in terms of decision. And for me, that's it. Because, as I said, on our platform, there's this gentleman there. He just say women should go and find a job. Women should be the financial something like that. And I always tell you can't talk like that because there are some barriers. He can see all the systemic barriers that is preventing women from moving forward. But as a woman, as I'm sitting here, I know, I feel the issues that we go through. And of course, if I'm into leadership, I know what is right for women. So I believe that those who owns the problem must deal with the problem.
Thank
And
you.
that's why
Thank
it's
you, Lady
important
Rachel.
to have a woman
I think you.
as a gender minister instead of a man. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. In fact, both submissions are spot on. But let me add that sometimes beyond just the woman being there, it's important for us to also advocate for that person to be supported, given everything that he needs. Because oftentimes, and from my experience, we just put them there just to score the point, to take the box that yes, we have a woman there. But it has to go with the necessary support that the woman needs to be able to really succeed. And that is where we as advocates also need to rally around and behind the person to get things done well. The last thing that possibly I also want to just chip in is about the cultural issues. There was a case that we went around to some communities that had health centers. One, we are looking at embedding gender into policy. That is a topic. So we said that now women need access to health. They provided health centers. We call it CHIP compound. Yeah, the break is over. I'll just give a quick listen. CHIP compound. But what happened was that yes, they established the centers, and then they posted a male midwife to those. These were villages. Midwife to the villages. The woman stopped going to the antenatal clinics. Why? Because they preferred a female midwife. And their husbands too didn't like the male midwife to attend to their wives. And for that matter, the husband said, please, wouldn't want you to go to the antenatal clinic. And is that because they did not really do a gendered perspective as far as issues of access to health is concerned. And so that, in the interest of time, maybe I'll stop here, but I thought that I should also highlight this one as well. That is not enough to provide a service, but look at certain cultural considerations. Immediately, we were able to talk to the Ghana Health Service to rather post women midwives there, and they changed the date. Attendance to antenatal clinics increased because men were comfortable that yes, women are now attending to their wives, and the women are also happy to go. So we should also look at that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Prof.
Thank you.
Over.
Cultural
Thank
resistance.
Thank you. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
That shows you are a good lecturer. Yes. So it's been so informative, educative, and also filled with learning. There are a lot of things that have been learned from this course for this particular topic. And I want to believe that you all also did the same learning. Probably the campaign to talk about gender balancing and the skill, the underlying understanding of gender equality will start from us. We need to advocate on the true meaning of gender equality. It's not about women, it's about every human being. It's about humanity, and it's about advancing a better cause for all populace. Okay, so with that said, we will advance to the next course, and I have the pleasure to introduce Sharon Doctor, who is a seasoned healthcare CEO with over 20 years of experience, specializing in driving growth and innovation through organizational development and strategic planning. As the CEO of Valencious LLC, a healthcare consultancy here in New York, she focuses on strengthening healthcare operations and human capital development within nonprofit organizations. Ms. Doctor has a proven ability to navigate complex healthcare landscape and translate vision into actionable plans. She has spearheaded strategic initiatives to improve operational efficiency and achieve long-term goals. Her experience also extends to identifying impactful opportunities through data analysis for growth and improvement and integrating health equity into business strategy by embedding cultural competency and inclusive practices into operation. Dr. Sharon Doctor holds a Master's of Public Health in Public Health Administration from Hunter City College here in New York. Sharon Doctor, you have the floor.
Great. Thank you, Ambassador Ada, for that great summary and introduction. Welcome, distinguished guests and esteemed leaders from around the world. It's an honor to be part of this incredible gathering and to have the opportunity to share this space with you. And I'm going to share my slide now.
Yeah, sorry. Sharon Doctor is going to take us through reflective tools for institutional transformation, stakeholder collaboration, and inclusive leadership. So, go ahead.
Okay, great. Let me start. Let me share. Okay. And wait. Oh no, it's not sharing. Stop sharing. Let me put it on. You. I'm gonna put it on slideshow. Sorry. Stop. Slideshow. It's not coming on the slideshow on my end. I don't. Okay, it should be. Great. Okay, excellent. Can you see my screen or no?
No, you are not sharing. Go back to sharing.
Alrighty. Okay.
Yeah, I can see now.
You see it? Okay, great. I just want to put it on presentation mode so that
go down. Go down. I think it should be somewhere down. No, down.
Okay, got it. Do you see my screen now?
Yeah.
Great. So yes. So thank you for joining us today for Leading with Reflection. It's a framework for institutional transformation. So in this 90-minute interactive workshop, we will explore powerful reflective tools and strategies that can help you drive meaningful change within your organizations. And we will delve into how to leverage self-reflection, collaborative, effectively with stakeholders in your organization, and more importantly, cultivate inclusive leadership practices. Wow. Okay. And I really want this workshop or webinar to be like very interactive. So if you have questions, please, we can, ask questions throughout, and we may do some, breakout groups as well. So again, Dr. Ada, she gave a great overview of my background. We're based here in New York, and our focus tends to be on nonprofit organizations. They are clients. We recently were awarded 2 contracts from the New York City Agency for Children's Services. And that focus is program evaluation and planning. We were recently awarded a contract for program evaluation and professional development for a school district in Texas. So we'll be piloting a project, 1-year project with 3 to 4 schools in Texas. And we're in the process of launching programs that focuses on reducing maternal mortality. And we're creating a model with for building a doula network, building a network for certified doulas, because there is evidence-based practice that providing a doula working and providing their services, taking a holistic approach, can have an impact on a woman having a healthy pregnancy, and which would result in having healthy babies, as well. So lots of experience with nonprofit organizations, and my love is organizational development, which I was very excited to facilitate this workshop and have this conversation with us with you today. So I want to just briefly take you through the agenda. We did our introduction, and we're going to talk about why reflection matters as leaders. And then we're going to go into some reflective tools for institutional transformation, which is a great segue into fostering stakeholder collaboration. And then talk about how do we cultivate inclusive leadership, and what does that mean? And then I've started embedding and talking more about leveraging AI as a strategic advantage, because we live in a world that's driven by technology, and it does, although technology and AI has its biases, it can be a tool that can help, if it's used strategically, it can help enhance and strengthen an organization. All right. And then I can just share at the end just our services and just some success stories. And so let our journey begin. Right. So by the end of this workshop, participants will be able to understand the importance of reflective practices in driving institutional transformation, identify and apply at least 2 reflective tools for individual and organizational assessment, recognize the key principles of effective stakeholder collaboration, develop strategies for fostering inclusive leadership within their organizations, understand how reflective tools can enhance stakeholder engagement and inclusive practices. And lastly, identify potential areas for organizational transformation within your own context, as well. Okay. And we've gone through, my background and the type of services that my company provides. Right. And just want to kick off the conversation by saying, like, what is the urgency? Because there is like an urgency for reflection. And as you look around, I won't definitely get into politics, but when we look around this country and when we look at the conflicts from, different countries and our world leaders, sometimes I sit back, I'm like, wow, I wonder if they actually reflected on the words that they were going to use before they started with their speech. So our words definitely have power. And navigating today's complex landscape demands proactive change that I feel as leaders, we can be part of that change and be the change makers. So the challenge is that organizations face rapid change, disruption, and evolving needs that require more than a reactive response. It requires proactive transformation. So we need to shift from being reactive to being more proactive and focus on problem solving. We need to examine assumptions and processes very critically. We also have to identify blind spots and understand a diverse perspective as well. And then as we make informed decisions, we can then have a transformative organization and actually, see more results, as well. So I'm gonna after this. So I have an icebreaker. And the icebreaker is, and I want folks to, just to chime in, and I can see you, so you can take off mute, come off mute, and then to share. So 1 word reflection. I want you to either the chat, but if you can just go up, come off mute, and then just what comes to mind when you think of organizational change? So what comes to your mind when you think of organizational change? Or I can see some folks. can't see the chat. So you can just come off mute and then just share what comes to your mind when you think of organizational change. And I can see some folks. What about Letitia? Oh, I see. Okay, it's something. Okay. Somebody in the chat. Progress. Okay. Someone says innovation. Progress, organizational change.
Inclusion.
Hmm?
Inclusion.
Inclusion.
Right.
Okay. Organizational change. Yeah, progress, transformation. Someone else said something, or that's background chatter? So we have innovation, progress, transformation, all good. Oh, and someone said something else? Oh, inspiration. And if someone's not on mute, and so if you want
Please, can you mute yourselves, please? Thank you.
Restart.
Let's have classroom order.
Right. I don't know. What's that? I think we are good.
Okay, great. So the last was that inspiration, which is so true, right? And when we have reflective practices, it provides the space for leaders and teams to critically examine their assumptions, their processes, and impact. So by consciously engaging in reflection, we can identify, like I stated earlier, the blind spots and our own biases, as well. The power of self-reflection is powerful. Let me see. All right. So I'm gonna go into, what are some of the reflective practices. Okay. All right. And then we're going to go into, if we can, then we're going to go into a breakout, as well. But what are reflective practices? So consciously examining experiences to inform future actions. So critically analyzing experiences from our successes and failures, institutional thinking and learning about what happened, why, and what could be done differently is key. And then just this continuous cycle of experiencing, reflecting, and learning. And then it's very important to act. Right? So the key elements in this is this series of like self-awareness, critical analysis, and also a commitment to definitely a commitment to improve. Right. So in this model, okay. And if you, like I said, if you have any questions, just interact and just ask whatever questions you have. Okay. All right. So there are benefits of reflective practices, such as enhancing performance growth and driving growth, improved decision making, right? Which is a deeper understanding of past choices, enhanced self-awareness, right? Which have insights to strengths, weaknesses, and biases. And then this continuous learning, which promotes ongoing development. Another benefit is this increased adaptability, which equips the organization to be in a successful position to navigate change and to pivot, because things happen. For instance, with COVID, many organizations had to quickly pivot to a remote environment. Having these reflective practices also results in a stronger collaboration and understanding your impact on others. And most importantly, it really, the benefit of reflective practices is a great opportunity to drive new possibilities and drive innovation. And the ultimate result of this is that leaders who practice reflection create more effective and adaptive and innovative organizations. And I, just want to share like a brief experience. I remember working at a nonprofit organization. I was a vice president of a care coordination program. And with my experience with a lot of clinicians and social workers at times is that in that at that time period, the program was not a data-driven culture, even though I was the VP of the program, wasn't a data-driven culture. And although we had like care plans and documents and assessments that had to be completed that were required, we did not have an internal tracking system to make sure that these documents were were completed on time. So I thought, and I'm going to share this story because I think it's an example. It can equate to being reflective. So one of the things that my goal, I charged myself with this goal, is to transition this program to a data-driven environment. Because if we were more data-driven and we had mechanisms in place to make sure that we do all documentation, that would equate to when we're getting audited, we would have a better audit score and we wouldn't have to reimburse our funders or Medicaid because we didn't, do the work that they paid us to do. But as a result of kind of looking at, okay, this is our weakness as an organization and as a program, and looking at listening to the biases of the staff. We're like, oh, we're here to serve the clients, and we shouldn't be so concerned about the documentation. We should, we're social workers, we're not, data people, right? And so really helping people overcome their biases and having an understanding of why data was important, because we can use data to enhance performance and we use data to drive growth. So of course, there was definitely resistance of transitioning to a data-driven culture, many meetings, people complained, went to HR, went, to my boss. But eventually we were successful in changing the culture and increasing the level of accountability. And that result was when we were audited 2 years later, our one of our regulatory bodies sent a nice note to the CEO of my organization to say how well we performed, that she was so impressed with our preparedness and and I was like, wow, that's great. It's great to receive the accolades, but more important, that was great for my colleagues to see as a team that, when we enhance performance, we drive growth and we create, new possibilities, for ourselves, as well. So again, that's like one of the benefits of being reflective, and I don't believe in that if it's not broke, don't fix it. It depends, but sometimes in organizations, you wanna strengthen things and not necessarily wait and be reactive. We definitely want to be proactive. And so on. All right. Right. Okay. So this is a case study, and it just really talks about leadership reflection in a critical care unit. And there may be many of you, some of you are in healthcare field, but I feel like with these principles, you can you can take them and depending on what discipline you work in, it still relates. But before I go into that, I just want to hear from some folks. Can anyone share like an example of, based on what we just discussed, like what are some their experience with being reflective and making change. Can anyone share? Because we have a ton of folks here that may have different experiences and experiences from around the world, which is so great and exciting. So we can learn from each other. But in terms of being reflective, and I can't see everyone in case someone's raising their hand, so you can take your self off mute. Yes.
Yeah, so I think being reflective is part of my leadership skills. And as you said, of course, in a complex environment where you want to foster a change, you need to be reflective to see your entry point, actually. So for me, what I can add to what you're just saying, that reflection is very critical as a leader. And it has to be a practice. It's not something that you or protocols that you need to read. It has to be something that is part of you. It has to be a practice, a leadership practice. So for me personally, reflection or reflective is part of my leadership skills, where I foster skills and also see the entry point where I can make the change. So that's what I wanted to add to what you're saying. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to add?
Coming from the public sector, and I think, Ms. Doctor, your reference to organizational bias is very, very prevalent in the public sector, where you have departments, who have built a certain culture, and getting them to release their biases, doing the reflective practices to come to the changes that all agree are necessary. In our public service, in a very small community, that's a challenge.
Yeah.
So my question is, how do you, like what Honorable is saying, complexities in the environment like that? And of course, when you gave the example of how you were able to, make that change of data driven in a culture that they were not used to data. I mean, what are some of, like, for instance, some of us or some of the participants here, they are from different organizations, and of course we want to lead, we want to change stuff. So in a complex environment, can you share some of course you share some of the resistance that you face, but I mean, can you share what are some of some of the steps or something, I mean, more detailed, how you able to of course, in an organization that has culture and it's so hard to change, how do you go about that?
Yes, yes. Great question. And lots of stories to tell. So with that, I think the buy-in, right? And the buy-in is challenging because I had pushback and resistance from the senior directors at that time, the same people that were supposed to be helping me influence and make change were the same people who didn't believe in it, and they weren't really like enforcing. So I think knowing who your true stakeholders are, and I had a team, for instance, of like 7, maybe only 2 people were really vested in that cause. So I had a great relationship with my immediate supervisor, who is the senior vice president, and we were both on the same page about we need to improve this. And so having a business case, sometimes you have to have a business case of what are the benefits of the change that you want to make. You have to know, okay, who are my audience? Okay, this is the benefit of the change. And I'm speaking to, let's say, social workers and case managers. So if I go to social workers and case managers, I have to speak their language. And I would say, for instance, oh, I know that you're dedicated, you love what you do, that you're doing, you're very passionate, and we love that about you, fantastic. But if we do not improve and transition and create a change, then these programs will not exist. And if the program doesn't exist, that means we will not be in a position to serve the clientele. And so because we're all passionate and we want to serve the clientele, then it's important that we make a shift. So so speaking the language that's going to resonate with your audience is the key. Now, if I'm speaking to, let's say, an accountant or the chief financial officer, I'm not going to come to approach them about, oh, we're helping the clients. And, I would approach them by saying, well, if we don't transition to more of a data-driven culture, that means that our funder, they're going to recoup money and they're going to take $1 million from the organization, or we're not going to renew that other funder is not going to renew the contract for 500,000 or for $1 million. So understanding who you're trying to get buy-in and having insight of what is the message that's going to really resonate with the person that's important to them, because it's not about us, but what's important to the person and what's going to move them. So I think that having the ability to communicate the business case is very key. And then a second is having a written plan, a work plan with roles and responsibilities of who's going to do what. So people are accountable and they have an understanding of what their role is and what the expectation is. And another key element that's extremely important is for the level of success. I do believe that everybody wants to be part of a winning team. And when we started to see results moving in the right direction, when we started seeing that, the level of documentation, for instance, for care plans, we were at 68%. Now we're at 75%. Oh, now we're at 85% overall with documentation. Now we're in compliance with our funder. People got excited. They were like, oh, okay, look, I'm doing well. And then we have 7 different sites. So then the sites started kind of competing against each other. We had like contests, whoever had the highest, key performance indicators would buy pizza for them. So we made it fun. And we shifted, like, there is value in high performance. And that was one of our core values. Yeah. Anything else? Okay. So thank you for asking that question. So we went into a little bit of change management, but that's part of being reflective and realizing that, okay, we have to make change and being okay with knowing that there's going to be resistance. Okay, right. Thank you. So in this scenario, and this is focused on enhancing patient care and team collaboration. So the scenario was a 49-year-old patient admitted to the intensive care unit with severe chest pain. Healthcare team worked collaboratively to provide optimal care. So the reflective practice is that that the healthcare team member analyzed their role and team dynamics using Belgium's 9 team roles framework to understand individual contributions and team effectiveness. And I'll get into that later. The outcome, like, they really identified strengths in collaboration, recognized areas for improved communication, which led to conscious effort to enhance communication strategies. So, a lot of this, when we talk about reflective, with being in a state of reflection and leadership, is communication. A lot of it has to do with communication and how we interact with others and how we, interface and embody other people want to feel like respected, and people want to feel like they're included, in the decision as well. Okay. Right. And then I'm just going to briefly talk about Bill Gates. Bill Gates is the co-founder. He's an American businessman, and he's the co-founder of Microsoft. And he's renowned for his strategic thinking and his innovative approach to problem solving. And in terms of his reflective practice, Gates attributes much of his success to dedicating uninterrupted time for deep creative thinking, often disconnecting from technology to allow for pure reflection and strategic planning. And that impact would be, for some of the impact that's heard, I'm not sure many of you have heard of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and the work that they have done globally, especially around like nutrition and immunization, and that the funds from that for that foundation, it was a result of the success of the Microsoft company. The impact is that Microsoft contributed to groundbreaking innovations. Also, the impact enabled strategic pivots that kept Microsoft competitive, as well. So I just want to add, just really emphasize the importance of dedicated time to really sit and think, because that's when folks have an opportunity to strategize as well. And just, I've had several, different clients, and I've worked with this nonprofit organization, and they just seem like, it was always crisis mode. I'm like, you always, as an organization, we were hired to go in and provide organizational development consultant services. I'll look at job descriptions and and give them input on how do they reorganize their organization and maximize their team skill set. So we went in, we did staff interviews, we looked at a couple of policies, looked at the gaps in services, all that good stuff. And one of the things that I spoke to the executive director and their assessment is that everyone on the team was so dedicated, but because so much effort and time was to put out fires, there was not enough time to sit and be strategic, to really sit and create, have a space to plan and create these workflows that would prevent, some of the fires that were happening, or at least if things happen and you have to pivot. But if you have time to strategically plan, if you have time to do a SWOT analysis, to look at your organization's strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, right? If you have an opportunity to do that, then it puts the organization in a much better place, as well. So I'm curious with getting feedback from the audience of like, what are some of the reflective practices that you use? I know for myself, I often meditate. Share my screen. I often meditate, and that very, very helpful for me. So just in the morning, evening, meditating, that's helps me like just kind of center myself when I do that regularly as well. What about other folks? How do you set aside time to strategize and just to be in this reflective state when I do that thing? Anyone?
I like to get out in nature and just walk sort of aimlessly, but reflecting nevertheless.
Okay. You remind me, I go walking I didn't go this morning, but I live 5 minutes away from the beach. And I like to go walking the boardwalk and look at the water. The water is like very soothing, very calming, beautiful. So walking. Now, what are some challenges? Like, can I hear from someone that you would love to be more reflective, but in your organization, there's just not time because you're constantly putting out fires? Does anyone have that experience? No experience like that? No putting out fires? Okay. Okay. Good. Everyone's on point. No fires. Okay. So again, this was another reflective practice in medical training, and it's converting theory into practice and enhancing skills. So to provide the context, reflective practice is a crucial component of medical education and professional development, and it helps bridge the gap between theoretical knowledge and practical application. So application is medical professionals reflect on patient cases, clinical experiences, and personal performance to analyze their actions and identify areas for learning and improvement. And of course, the benefits of this is there's several. One is that we recognize the strengths and weaknesses in clinical practice, self-directed learning and professional growth is also a benefit, improved motivation and engagement. And the fourth is an enhanced quality of care for patients. One of the things that we're still in the brainstorming phase of this, but we've drafted a model to create a maternal mortality review committee. And what prompted me to really think about this, there was a request for a proposal that was put out that was issued from New York State Department of Health, and they were looking for vendors. Non-hospitals, not like any managed, you can't be connected to any managed care companies, but they were looking for vendors to create a committee and go into hospitals and review charts, review patient cases. And the patient cases that would be reviewed were cases of, unfortunately, women that may have died, in childbirth or right after childbirth as well. And the whole point of that is to look at, is there anything that could have been done differently to prevent a death? And I feel like that is a great project to venture in, and because it's an opportunity to look at healthcare as a reflective, to learn from an action, right? And then put in mechanisms or shift policies so that you can have increased health or improved health and less a decrease in maternal mortality, maternal deaths, or have healthier babies, as well. So we're still in the planning phase, but we've, drafted a written model of the different components and the individuals like nurse, provider, medical doctors, OBGYNs that would be part of this committee. So I think that definitely relates to converting theory into practice and using from chart reviews after you assess that chart, making recommendations to enhance skills is critically important. Okay. All right. Okay. So reflective tools for institutional transformation. Right. Okay. Okay. So before we go into the power of self-reflection and leadership, any questions before we go into this? And I loved a comment earlier by a participant when she talked about part of her leadership skills is to be self-reflective, because I think that is so key. Okay. Right. So the power of self-reflection in leadership. So institutional transformation often starts with individual transformation. As leaders, our own self-awareness and reflective capacity significantly influence the direction and success of organizational change. Self-reflection allows us to understand our values, our biases, our strengths, and areas for development. It helps us recognize how our leadership style impacts others and the overall organizational culture. One powerful framework for self-reflection and understanding interpersonal dynamics is the Johari window, which we see over here, the Johari window. This model describes the different aspects of our awareness, which is the open self, which is known to self and others, the blind self, known to others but not to self, the hidden self, which known to self but not to others, and the unknown self is like you don't know yourself, and unknown to both externally and internally. So regularly engaging with this framework helps through feedback. When you regularly engage in this framework, perhaps through like journaling, writing things down, that can unlock crucial insights for personal and professional growth, ultimately benefiting the entire organization. So in this slide, again, you see the visual of the window, right? Of the Johari window, right? Under that. And when we talk about leadership, and leadership for me doesn't have to be, oh, you're a leader if you're the CEO of the company, or you have to be a vice president or a director. I feel that if you don't have a leadership title, you're still a leader, because especially if you are working in teams, right? The way you communicate, the way you interact with others, the quality of your work, that those are all abilities and skill sets that is embedded in everyone. So when I always talk about self-reflection and leadership, I always, equate it to being very humanistic, right? Because if we think about as like we're all human and we want to be humanistic in how we interact with others, then we have this increased self-awareness of what our internal biases are, and recognize that, oh, I have this internal bias. So maybe it's not really the other person, that it's really me. Like this is what I'm bringing to the table. And when we're able to recognize our own biases, it makes us better leaders. There is this, in grad school, we were talking this term in public health. When I was receiving my master's in public health, it's the values clarification. And I always had that in the back of my mind, values clarification, because they always, I was taught that it's so important to understand what your own values are, what your own biases are, because you bring that into the environment. You bring that in and unconsciously. So if you want to have more effective relationships, you have to understand that this is a bias. And if you have that understanding that you're bringing your own bias, then you're able to make a decision, hopefully that's based on the actual situation and not based less on emotion of what your thought is in that particular situation. Anyone have any comments on that or feedback? Okay. All right. Good stuff. All right. Okay, great. Right. So this is a breakout activity, and let me see. So in small groups, I'm going to share the next slide, but this is an activity that we can do for about 10 minutes, but in small groups, please discuss a recent challenge or decision you faced in your role using the stop, think, act, reflect model. individually reflect on how the following questions, individually reflect on the following questions and then share your insights with your group. Okay, so stop, this is, you can like take a screenshot so when you go into your groups, you'll have access to it. But stop is like understanding what was the immediate situation or trigger. Think is what were your initial thoughts, assumptions, or feelings, and what different perspectives might have been relevant. Right? Act is what actions did you take and what were the intended outcomes? Because sometimes we act and we don't get the intended outcomes, and then we wonder why. And then sometimes we're acting, but we're acting on our biases, and that's why we didn't get the intended outcome. And then reflect. What did you learn from this experience? What might you do differently next time? And what implications does this have for your team or organization as well? So we want to do that, okay? Right. And then we're going to come back together, and then I will ask folks that each of the groups to share like what were some key insights from your group discussions. And the second question is going to be, did anyone find a particular step it's especially insightful? And just really ask everyone to join that. Okay, so I'm going to Dr. Otta, do I have the breakout rooms? Let me see, there's 21. Everyone's in the same panel. All right, try to do this. Let me see.
I'm going to make you a co-host so you can do the breakout.
Okay, now does everyone have the 4 questions at least, or should I share my screen again? Can you see
Yeah, share it again, yeah.
Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So if you can do a screenshot. Do a screenshot of this one and a screenshot of the debrief questions. Okay. All right. I'm gonna stop. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. Okay. Let's see. I know. Okay. Let's see if I have access to the breakout room. Did you make me co-host already?
Yes.
Okay. I don't see the item for the breakout rooms. Let me see. Do you see it on your end, Dr.
No.
Otta?
No.
Mm.
From
your end, do you have the
Dr. Rachel, where is Emmanuel Nana? Can he help with that?
You mean the breakout rooms?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, they should. Wait, Emmanuel.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, he's here.
Okay, Emmanuel, where are you? Let me make you a co-host.
Yeah, it's what, 21. Can he make like 5 breakout rooms? Okay. I can, yeah. Like random. Can put folks in breakout rooms.
Is it Dr. Emmanuel? I'm talking about Nana, the one that was doing helping with the.
Yeah, Nana. Yes. What did you say?
I can't find
Nana.
him.
Okay, Nana. Nana Jiman.
Yeah, I'm
Yes.
right here.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's
Nana.
here.
Create breakout rooms. I can. Let me see if I can pause and whiteboards. I don't see the breakout rooms.
Nana, you are co-host, so can you help with that?
All right, let me take a look.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you make like 4, let's say, maybe four groups?
Okay. Second.
And I'll stay in the main room.
Okay.
If you can make sometimes there's a timer, so we can put people in the breakout rooms for like 10 minutes. That'd be great. And then we'll come back together as a big group for the debrief. You know, I always say if world leaders always had this reflective leadership, if that was a requirement, we would have world peace. No war.
Absolutely.
Yes,
Wow.
world peace. Everyone, you have to be reflective before you leave your house. Before you open your mouth to speak, you have to be reflective and
Yeah.
choose your words wisely.
Oh.
That's it, world peace. You know, at the end of the day, that's what we're striving for, like world peace, good health, happiness for all civilizations globally across the world. And I think that's why we do this work that we do. And we're here to learn and enhance our skills.
Yes.
Nana, do you have any problem with getting it?
Yeah, I'm working on it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So maybe, okay, I'm gonna continue or just share with this. Okay, converting. Let me go back. Okay, it's your hobby window. Okay. With that, self-awareness, leadership. Yeah. You know, just to share while he's doing that, again, the power of reflective leadership and the Honorable Sarah Williams, you know, I think you were talking about the public sector earlier. Did you make that comment about the public sector? And sometimes, you know, people have their organizations have their bureaucracies. Right. And I remember working at this organization and speaking to a good friend. You know, I choose my friends wisely. And if I ask you advice, then I feel like you're a person of wisdom. So she was a good friend. And I was a director at the time. And I was complaining. I would say, yes, I was complaining that, oh, you know, the program wasn't going as I wanted. And there was a supervisor that though she reported to me, I felt like she was creating these cliques, right? And the cliques were causing conflict among the team because the staff would come to me and say, oh, you know, Miss Jones, making up a name, the supervisor, she has her favorites. And it was, you know, turmoil. So I remember complaining to my good friend, and she said, well, Sharon, you know, you have the responsibility to change the entire environment. And I was like, well, I'm not the one causing the problem. She was like, no, like you know, as a leader, that's your responsibility to shift and to create this environment where people are happy and they want to work there. And I'm like, okay, so I'm like, okay, how do reflection? Okay, how do I do this? How do I embody this idea of you know, fairness and equity. So long story short, the supervisor that I was like, oh, you know, complaining, you know, about, she left, she went to a different organization. And long story short, I had less staff, like 50% of the program. But so 50% of the staff. But I tell you, with the less staff, we were more harmonious and we got more things done because we were in harmony and we were all on the same page than having a full staff. So they taught me that one of the lessons was that it's like really never be afraid to shake up the apple cart because I was thinking, oh, you know, how do I run the program as a director with like less staff because people are going to leave? That was the best thing, you know, that the people they needed to leave the organization for, you know, maybe they had a mission out there to go on their own journey because everyone has journeys. So you know, that's the power of kind of being reflective and being in this state of like self-awareness. I think as leaders, it's an opportunity to tap into our own strength and have this inner determination that I'm gonna make change and I'm gonna shift change with great tools and strategies that we're talking about today. Right. So the breakout rooms, how are we? Otherwise, we're going to skip that and just have an open discussion if we don't do the breakout rooms.
Yeah, I'm working on it. It looks like, sorry,
Okay.
I may have to, it looks like I may have to invite members to
Oh,
it.
that's fine. Okay, yes, that's fine. I'll stay in the main room, and then if you can randomly invite members, like four or five into each breakout room, that'd be great.
Okay. All right.
Okay, great. Great. All right. Okay, let's stop. Well, at least when we do this breakout, we have it set for the next breakout session. Otherwise, we're just have one big group with that, with the breakouts. Touch conservation challenge. Okay. So at least everyone, this is a great opportunity to discuss whatever, think about what challenges or what example that you're going to use in your individual groups that will equate to the stop, think, and act, reflect. Okay. Okay. Are you forming the groups now and inviting people? Is
Yeah.
that okay?
So yeah, I'm working towards that. Trying to see if I can invite through the member list here. If not, it looks like that it's probably going to be via mail.
Oh, if it's by mail, then okay. All right. So why don't we continue? Why don't we start, and then if we're able to do the breakout rooms, that's fine. But we just continue on, as well. So oh, okay, great. All right. So folks did a screenshot, so that's great. So I'm just going to just call on a few people unless someone wants to take themselves off the mic, off mute. And in the breakout, if you can just go into share a recent challenge or a decision in your role and go through. When we're talking about this model, it's the stop, think, act, and reflect. So describing stop, like what the immediate situation. So use the framework that that we're talking about. And I can share my screen. Okay. Yes. So if you can use this framework. So any stop, think, act, and then reflect. So if we can have someone start, that'd be great while he does the breakout rooms, if we do it. If not, anyone wants to start, or someone that hasn't spoken earlier? What about Linda George? Or he could be.
Hello, hey.
Yes, Linda. Yes, Linda George. Can you share, following the same model with the stop, think, act, and reflect? Can you share, discuss a recent challenge and a decision in your role, and then just go through this model?
Okay, so briefly, I'm just going to share. It's a fully work-related issue where some months back, I almost lost a long-standing client to a competition due to issues in the ports. I mean, port congestion, the delays associated, the inability of the trucks to access the ports to be able to deliver on time to the client.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So in the midst of all that confusion, I mean, myself and our team, we had to stop to think, what is going to be the best approach here? I mean, yes, we were all jumping all around, scared, thinking what we're going to say to the client. Well, we just took a moment to reflect internally on the issues. Number one, it was a third-party issue. However, we also need to communicate rightly to our client, regardless the fact that it was a third-party issue. So we looked at it side by side. What was the issue? It was a congestion issue caused by the third party. However, we also, at that point, was able to quickly notice that even our own truck, took a bit of time to start making its way into the terminal. So that's number one issue, that we noticed some form of delays from our own end. Also, from the operations team, so we also noticed some delays as well, where they took a bit of time trying to resolve issues with the shipping line in terms of documentation and all of that. So in all of that, so we were able to note what went wrong, contributing to the overall delays. So we're able to keep them documented. However, the trucks, trying to make its ways into the port and all of that, and the cargo was delayed actually. So while we're able to identify all the hiccups and all of that, but what we're able to do was to think, okay, so how best can we put this together to cascade this to the team so that next time we're not going to have this issue again. So that was where we developed, a response strategy to the client concern, to cascade, what happened and to seek their understanding. And of course, it wasn't anything that has to do with probably the pricing or anything. No, it was just a pure operational issue. So there we started communication back and forth, gave them access to the tracking to be able to see what was going on at the other end. You see, at the end of the day, we were able to make a collaboration where, of course, we got the clients engaged almost in the activities going at the back end, and they were happy. So it was a kind of them seeing that, oh, we're involved, where even though we're receiving our cargo late, but at least, this communication did a whole lot of magic and all of that. So in reflecting in all of that, of course, that taught us, we understood more on the power of collaboration with all parties involved, even though it was a bit messy, but that was the turnaround. We got everyone involved, both internally and externally. And that's, sort of helped us in not losing that client. Rather, we built strength, we built strength, we became stronger, and the clients appreciated us more, while we appreciated the clients more too. I mean, that was just what I can share and what worked out for us. And going forward, we're still engaging with the clients and we're doing well.
Thank you.
Okay.
That was great. That was a great example. Yeah, that's a great example. With that, and then you and I like the way you went through. You shared the experience, and thank you for following the model and using like each step along with the model. So that's great. Let's see who else is here. Anyone else? Or I can call on anyone else. Let's see. Who would like to share since we're not in the breakout, who would like to share? Okay, we have most people off camera. Let me see. Who do we have? What about Matilda? Would you like to share, Matilda? I know you're on mute.
Yeah, I'm thinking. There,
Do you have
there was,
go ahead.
I was supposed to take my student for an excursion, and after discussing it with my boss, he accepted and agreed that on the date we should remind him so that we go. But unfortunately, on the date, I went back to him and I was told he had traveled, and nobody seemed to know where exactly he had traveled to. And trying to contact him, I was not getting him. And so I decided to stop and then look for a different alternative.
Okay.
And as I was thinking, I decided to go and talk to his vice. And then I went to him, and then he gave me some other alternatives I could choose from. And I discussed it with my other colleagues, and they said we should try it. And we tried it and it worked. And so in reflecting, I think that it is always good to consult and also collaborate with other people in order to come into a decision making. This is what I also have. I don't know if I've done the right thing.
You did, because you went and then reflect, and you said some lessons learned, and then because we were going to do 4 breakout rooms, I will ask for 2 more volunteers, and as people are talking, I am jotting down just some of the key themes that are coming out as people are sharing their experience and they're reflecting of what they learned and what they could have done differently. So yes. Let me ask you this, Matilda, is there anything you would have done differently? Or you feel like what the results, you received the results, the intended results?
Yes, I received the intended results. So finally, we were able to attend the program.
Okay, great, awesome. Thank you. Okay. What about, let me see, offline. What about Stephen? Oh, no, he's offline. Stephen, can you share an experience?
Stephen, you are muted. Can you unmute? Stephen?
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
I think it's on mute.
Yeah. All right. Okay. So instead of Stephen, who do we have?
I think he's on. He's on mute.
Oh, okay. And that's Stephen.
My background is very nice. Unless I like from the public transport.
Oh, we can't. Oh, we can't hear you.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll select someone else because of the possible connection. All right. What about Miss Nancy? Nancy Dogbay. I hope I pronounced your name right, Nancy. Can you share an experience and take us through the model of your reflective experience?
All right. Good evening from Ghana. Yeah, just last week, I think a week tomorrow. Please, can you hear me?
Yes.
a week tomorrow, we lost my procurement officer to a motor accident.
Oh, Miss Nancy, can you pull your camera down? Because we just see like the top of your head. Yes.
Can you see me now?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we lost our only procurement officer who was doing so well about 6 months ago. And you know, in Ghana, procurement issues are very, very delicate. There are legal consequences to that. So just as a member of management, we all had peace of mind when it comes to procurement issues because he was loyal, respectful, and then trustworthy. And then all of a sudden, I had a call that there was an accident. I should run to the hospital morgue to identify him.
Mm.
So I mastered courage. I went, and myself and 2 other assistants, we identified the body. Now, right there and then at the morgue, I went into reflection. Who would take over procurement for me? Because here I am planning for my graduation. I am the registrar of the college. And so when it comes to graduation, everything is on the head of the registrar and my department. And this is the time we need to do a lot of procurement. And so right there and then, I stood by my car and I started reflecting. What will happen to me now? Who can I get to take up procurement issues? There are people, but then loyalty, honesty, hard work comes into play. So I thought of it. I drove back home, and then my mind went straight to my immediate assistant who have some experience in procurement and who can be trusted somehow. And so I quickly discussed that with my boss, who is the principal. And then he also agreed that yes, when it comes to loyalty, experience, my immediate assistant can do that. Here is the case. I have put him in charge of publicity. So he was doing so much, distributing invitation letters here and there. This is the same guy that I'm coming to fall on for procurement issues. So we discussed that as management and we agreed. Now, when I spoke to him, it was very difficult to relieve him of his duty as someone who was in charge of publicity. But then we needed him also to do procurement. So we have to re-strategize to offload some of his, about 90% of his responsibilities as someone who is in charge of publicity to another person and quickly re-engineer the 2 people to take over. I would say that it hasn't been easy, but as of today, things are going on. Procurement processes are going on. Publicity processes are going on. And so I think that it hasn't been easy, but we are making progress. I don't know whether I've answered your question. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And would you have done anything differently?
I wouldn't be able to do anything differently. The only thing I could have done differently is to appoint another person. But like I said, trust, loyalty, honesty, hard work comes to play when it comes to procurement. It's a very delicate area of our job in the government sector now, that if you don't take care, the whole management team will have problem when auditors come around. Mm-hmm. So honestly, thank God he is alive, he is there, and we are relying on him, guiding him. because he's been off the procurement scene for a long time. So the new regulations and the policies, we are discussing that, do this, go here, you know, and we are on. It's not easy, but I think that is what I can say.
Thank you. And that was a fantastic example. So thank you for taking us through the model. Very appreciate it. And I just want to highlight some, you know, some themes from there. Can you see my screen and the different quadrants?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so thank you everyone who shared your experiences, and thank you for taking us through each step of the stop, think, and act and reflection. So some of the key insights from folks that shared their experiences, their reflective experiences, was there was improved communication as a result of the immediate situation that needed to shift. There was a theme of teamwork, right? Coming together as a team and coming up with different strategies and really identifying what gaps occurred and what needs to happen, which led into consider other alternatives. And it's very important for organizations to have the ability to pivot. Also, that the sense and theme of teamwork, getting buy-in from your colleagues and stakeholders, the folks that are involved, and then also the restructuring of job responsibilities that we've had. And in this world of restructuring, we hear so many times that companies, they restructure, they have to let go of departments, or people are on furlough. Then the folks that are there, that sometimes there's a shift and they have to take on new tasks, and sometimes people are not very happy with that. And you just have to deal with the feedback of the team that's there, and also the morale, right? And so I think, when we're talking about being reflective and the implications, thinking of the implications of the staff morale, and also the client, what's the impact on the client and how we're going to keep the client happy. Or it could be, if it's a public sector, it could be the constituents, right? Or the other public sector agencies. So thank you everyone again for sharing. And did anyone, I'm going to open up to the floor for someone that didn't necessarily speak yet, or someone that didn't share the experience. My other question is, did anyone find a particular step especially insightful? If you can just please share, maybe one or two people, so that we can hear from everyone. So, yeah. Anything that kind of jumped out at you. And this is great because this section is an opportunity for us to learn from each other experiences and perspective in real world, right? Because we're all working in real world. So anyone want to share? Come off camera. All right. All right, and I'm going to keep with time. All right. So I'm going to go on to the next. Okay, so fostering a stakeholder collaboration, right? So, stopping. All righty. So we did that. Again, thank you for that. Okay. So institutional transformation is really a solitary endeavor, as you heard from the experiences and from our last, dialogue discussion, that some of the prevailing themes was a sense of pulling people together, getting colleagues involved and other stakeholders. So we definitely don't work in isolation, right? So effective change requires meaningful collaboration with various stakeholders, those individuals, those groups, or other organizations who have an interest in or are affected by your organization's activities and changes. So identifying your key stakeholders is the first crucial step. So this might include your employees, your clients, funding partners, community members, and even competitors. Once identified, it is essential to understand their perspective, their needs, their concerns, and levels of influence. Empathy mapping is a valuable reflective tool for gaining this understanding. By stepping into the shoes of your stakeholders and considering what they see, hear, think, and feel in relation to the proposed transformation, you can anticipate potential challenges, build stronger relationships, and co-create solutions that are more likely to be very, very successful as well. All right. So in a sense, when you look at this graphic, we have the organization or you as leaders, us as leaders in the middle, and then we have the different ecosystem and individuals that are involved in this reflective process as well. And when I was sharing that experience earlier today and talking about creating a data-driven environment, and that was a shift in the culture, I had mentioned understanding your stakeholders and communicating to them in a way that would resonate with them. So like the example that I use, I would communicate with the chief financial officer different. It's focused on funding versus communicating with a social worker, and I would focus on the passion and really creating services, continuing services for a particular for the clients or the consumers that we're providing this services for. So I'm going to introduce the empathy mapping. And this is a tool for understanding stakeholder viewpoints and experiences. Okay, so we're not going to do a breakout of, any breakout. We'll do this all together. And I may kind of shift my process. I'm going to go to the next slide shortly. But in our next slide, we're going to use the empathy map template for a stakeholder group. And I'll take you through that. Okay, so in this, we're not going to break out. I may just pause for about 5 minutes and leave the screen here so that, or you can just do a screenshot, and I'll just give people maybe like 3 minutes to think about this, and then we're kind of open it up and talk. And I'll ask for those who haven't shared if you can be the ones that would initiate the conversation, as well. So I'm going to walk you through our next exercise. Okay. So you're going to first step, choose a potential organization transformation. What do you want to transform? Then you're going to identify at least 3 key stakeholder groups, right? And then for one stakeholder group, you're going to use the empathy map to brainstorm. Because again, we want to be reflective, and we want to have insight of our stakeholders, and how do we come up with a message that's going to resonate with our stakeholders, right? So we're going to think about, okay, what do they see? What is the environment? What influenced them? What are the challenges? Then the other, what do they hear? Conversations, feedback, concerns. What do they think and what do they feel? What are their emotions, beliefs, the motivations? And what do they say and do? What are the actions, behaviors, and words? And so all these questions are important when we think about transforming an organization, when we think about organizational change, right? And also thinking about what do I need, and who are the people that are going to be involved in this change, and then how do I get buy-in? How do we get buy-in from individuals? So again, you can take a screenshot of this, and because we're not going to do breakout rooms, because typically I would have folks kind of talk about this, but it's like 3 minutes. 3 minutes enough? Dr. Ada, is that good? Like 3 minutes, 3 to 5 minutes for people to kind of go through this, think, about
Yes.
something that it's maybe
Yes.
3 minutes is 1:10. I think I have until 1:30, right? Okay.
Yes. You have to 1:35.
Oh, okay. All right. So like 5 minutes. So folks have enough time. 1:15. Yeah. And that'll probably be the last kind of breakout room. Then I'll wrap up. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yes. Any questions about this? It's 1:10. Okay. It's okay. So it's 1:10. So 1:13, we're all 1:13, we'll all come together and we'll have a conversation. And I'll be looking for at least like 3 folks to share what they came up with. And if it could be 3 folks that didn't share earlier, that would be fantastic. Okay. Great. All right. Great. So, okay, right. And if anyone have questions, please, yes. Okay. Okay, great. So why don't we come back together? Come back together. Let me share my screen. Something's going on. Okay. All right. Okay. Oh no, let me share my screen and then we can start. You know, okay. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, I can
Yes.
see it.
Okay,
Just
great,
some
great.
strokes.
I was being an artist. I don't know what was going on, scribbling. So excuse my scribble scrabble. I don't know if
That's
you see
okay.
this. Okay. So in regards, let's kick it off in the last like 15, 20 minutes that we have left. And again, we didn't do the breakout room, so we just do this all together. And so I'm looking for a volunteer to kind of share what they was able to come up with in stakeholder mapping. And I know it's typically we'll have a longer time, but again, this is a great tool to use. And you know, whatever you come up with is it's fine, it's great. It's really to kind of gather a discussion and, you know, just kind of get our feet wet and using this stakeholder mapping as a tool.
Okay.
Mhm.
So can I try? I'm
Yes,
just going to
absolutely.
try. All right, great.
Yes.
To see if I really get it, understand it. All right. So for the first question, I am going to go with digital transformation as a potential organizational transformation. So I'll go with digital transformation. And then the second step, I will identify leaders of that organization, supporting groups, that is the teams that are actually going to help with the digital transformation. And then the third is the work is within the organization who are actually going to be transformed digitally to acquire the knowledge digitally. And when I come to step number 3, what do they see? If I take a look at the leaders, I'm tempted to think environmental factors like the trend as far as competitors are concerned, right? Because the world is changing at a faster rate with regards to technology. So I would think environmental factors like that, fast pace in change, is something that leaders will have to look at, or that is something that they see when they sit back and reflect. And that will also have a maximum or an absolute influence on productivity as well as profit margins, because if they're able to adapt to some of these digital transformational skills and opportunities out there, they're able to increase productivity and in effect also able to maximize profit. And challenges would be probably the cost involved in the digital transformation in itself. That might be a challenge. In Africa or sub-Saharan Africa, we can also think of internet and the use of other tools and technologies as well being available. So leaders can actually look at some of these things. And then what do they think or feel? In reflection, leaders will get to see that this is a good thing. I mean, if they're able to adapt, it will help in so many good ways. And a maximum use of tech will actually even give them the chance to even sit back or work from so many places in the world without necessarily having to be on the field and be able to monitor everything and still increase productivity. So emotionally, I mean, that feels good, right? And then when we look at beliefs as well, it's actually going to break down the notion of always having to be on site, because now you can work remotely, you can do so many things without necessarily having to be on site. And then motivations in itself will also motivate workers to do more, because workers wouldn't have to be on site all the time. They can also work remotely. So that in itself is actually a form of motivation for workers when they don't have to move on site all the time, especially when we have to deal with nursing mothers and other family people, right? Now they get to stay at home and then they can work, given their all whilst working, and then can also attend to other family issues. Okay. And then to what do they hear, conversations and feedback and concerns. Some of these things there's that instant feedback when we adapt to some of these ways of doing things, right? We wouldn't have to wait for traditional way of conducting surveys and waiting for feedbacks, but then there could be prompt feedback when we actually practicing that good digital transformation in organization. And what do they say or do? Actions, behavior, words. I would say once they are able to identify the good side of digital transformation, they really need to work the talk, right? Or put it in, what do you call it? Practice it. Yeah, basically that. So that is what I actually came up with. I don't know if that was helpful or that helps with the empathy mapping approach. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Thank you. That was excellent. And it's the digital project that you used as an example. It's great because I started off the conversation earlier when I was going over the introduction, the agenda, talking about AI and how the world is moving towards like leveraging for the past couple of years, really moved towards leveraging technology. And there was a question earlier about how do we, when I was giving that, sharing my experience about creating a data-driven culture, shifting the culture to create, and it's like how do we, what's concrete, what is a concrete method of dealing with pushback? How do we change culture, transform, they call it organizational transformation. And how do we do that? This is a tool that we step by step, if we use this tool, we're able to anticipate the pushback, we're able to anticipate what is going to be the challenges and the resistance. So when we come up with our business case of why the organizational transformation is important, we could speak to those anticipated concerns and those anticipated thoughts and the behavior, incorporate that so that we can get the buy-in. So thank you. And we have time perhaps for one more. Does anyone else want to take us or share how they use the stakeholder mapping tool? Let's see. I don't want to necessarily call on one, but we don't have that much time. Let's see. Anyone? That was a great example. That was a great example. What about Sylvia? Oh, no, Nana. Nana. Oh, no. Let me see. You just... Okay. Is Sylvia there? Okay. I'm going to call.
She's there.
Yes, maybe not. If she's
Sylvia?
not. Hello, Sylvia? Or if not, that's fine. I'm going to, before I move on, what about was Gertrude there? Gertrude? Yeah. What about Gertrude?
We have Letitia as well.
Oh, okay. Oh, you have your hands. Thank you. Letitia. Okay, yes, please share. Did you want to share? Or are you on mute? Letitia, are you on mute? Or I'm just gonna, all right. Well, why don't we just use that as a great example. I always keep in time, and we probably have another like 10 minutes, another 12 minutes. And there is another section that I do want to cover, which I think it's a great segue into the next topic. And because I definitely want to touch on digital transformation and the use of AI. So I think the example that was just shared with us in terms of the topic was fantastic, and it's great. So I'm going to move on to that. Okay, share my screen. Great. Awesome. Okay. What am I doing? Okay. And you guys can see me. I mean, you can see my screen, right?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So cultivating inclusive leadership, basically I feel like this highlights some of the messaging and the topics that we that we discussed earlier. So I don't want to be redundant, but I just want to highlight inclusive leadership requires self-awareness and a commitment to diverse perspective. And so that's key. And I think all of you picked up on that when you talked about the getting buy-in and speaking to your team and getting feedback from your colleagues when you're trying to pivot and resolve problems that came up, because we do definitely want the equity, right? We want equity and equality in terms of the different diverse perspectives. So that's key. And we've already walked through just like some of the challenges, and we walked through those challenges with the stakeholder mapping when we looked at the empathy model, and the other. So I want to kind of end and land on leveraging AI for strategic advantage. And I can't see folks because I have, sharing my screen, but if folks can come off on mute, I'm just curious, how many folks are using the AI? How, is there, I wonder, is there like a big use of AI, or you can just put it in the chat? Do you use your artificial intelligence? What do you use it for? Do you use it for more like editing, or if you use it, sometimes people are using it to make graphics. So I'll just be curious. You can just put it in the chat of with AI. How do you use AI, and if you use it at all? All right. Okay. Great. All right. So AI. So integrating AI for enhanced decision making and innovation. So I'm going to share my bias. And my bias is that I have embraced AI, and I do use AI. Sometimes I use it for editing, like I'll create a document and I may use AI app. Like I use oftentimes Gemini. I know some people use chat GP. There's another one that someone uses for I think it's called Clyde, and she, my colleague, she swears like this is the best. It's great. Some people use it to create like ebooks, or they use it for editing, for ebooks. So there's so much you can use AI for. And I like those tools because I feel like it saves me time, right? And time can be money, time to spend with family, right? Relatives, whatever you value. So I look at AI as a tool, all right? Looks at it for another tool. So integrating AI. Just some highlights. So AI's ability to, analyze vast data sets quickly, revealing patterns and trends that could be missed by human analysis. And they are in science, they are using AI like for like diagnosis, or because it can analyze vast data sets and very quickly. Sometimes they're using it as a tool, but of course, providers, still look at it, but it's just a tool. Also, predictive analysis, forecasting market shift, customer behavior, and operational needs to inform proactive strategies. Tailoring products and services and communications to individual and customer preferences. And then also competitive advantage, utilizing AI to optimize processes, identify new opportunities, and maneuver competitors. And with that said, there are some ethical considerations for AI. For instance, it's really important to emphasize the importance of responsible AI deployment, bias mitigation, and transparency in all AI initiatives. So, for instance, using AI in the job application process, and making sure that the way you create your algorithm or your codes, that it's not biased among a certain group of people. So the ethical consideration is always important as well. And you can use digital workflows for it's very important to automate workflows, streamlining repetitive tasks, freeing up human resources for higher activities. AI-driven demand forecasting and logistics management to help reduce costs and improve delivery. Also, talent management, AI tools for recruitment, employee deployment, and retention, ensuring that the right people are in the right roles as well. And then also using AI to monitor and optimize energy consumption to predict equipment and maintenance needs, right? And then last, consumer service automation, using AI-powered chatbots and virtual assistants, handling routine inquiries, improving response times, and freeing up staff. I'll give you an example. I partnered with another organization to submit a proposal. We haven't received feedback. They haven't made any awards yet, but it was with an AI company. And again, I'm healthcare. I'm not like a digital a technology company. But so this AI company, it's basically a grant that we applied for is for a call center, to create this call center in New York City that would be staffed by doctors, providers, and social workers. And we're going to use AI as a tool, as that initial interface. So when someone calls into the AI as a tool, would be used to analyze what's the purpose of the call, and then direct the call to the appropriate person. So maybe that person has a question that has to be answered by a doctor, whereas someone may call and that question could be answered by a social worker, a licensed social worker. So those are just examples of how you can partner with organizations and leverage the skill set. So because Valentia is one of our services as human resources, then we would do the recruitment to staff the call center, and then the technology partner has the AI software, right? So there's this intersection, like reflection, collaboration, and inclusion with AI, right? So reflective AI uses critically assess AI's impact, the biases, like I stated earlier, and understand the ethical implications. Some people may feel like, oh, technology is going to put people out of jobs, so, and that's real. So really dealing with, like, how do we retrain? Oh, yeah. All right. And then collaborative AI development. Like I just spoke about collaborating with a partner, right, to submit that grant. And also use AI to identify new learning opportunities and adapt strategies based on real-time data. That's why it was important for me years ago when I was at that organization to create a data-driven organization, because I'm like, if we're going to stay relevant, we're going to have to make sure that we're performing, that we are a high-performing organization, so that our auditors are confident that this is a great program and they're going to continue funding us. Because gone are the days that, oh, you're a nonprofit and you help people. They want to see impact. They want to see outcome. They want to see your key performance key performance indicators. And that is organizational transformation, that many businesses have to go through. Right. And so partnering for transformation, so we call that the Valentius advantage, right? So again, like the power of reflection in action. And many of you had shared your own success stories, like through, through the different exercises. So there's great success already in this room, right? And so some key factors of success is this using the self-reflection tools for the leadership team, comprehensive stakeholder engagement. So going through that mapping process and using the mapping as a tool to anticipate challenges and anticipate resistance, and coming up with strategies. So, and you incorporate all that into your business case. And then the third is inclusive decision making, involving your team. Sometimes people push back because they weren't involved in the decision. And sometimes people, they just want a voice, they want to be heard. And once they're heard, they're happy, even if they don't agree with the outcome, but at least they were invited to the conversation, they had a seat around the table. And then build a continuous learning culture. That's always important, that people are continuing learning and transforming their skills as well. Okay. So your action planning checklist. So you can use this checklist to integrate your workshop tools and concepts into your work. So schedule time for self-reflection, explore the Johari window with a colleague, identify stakeholders for upcoming changes and use the empathy mapping, seek diverse perspectives in your decisions, reflect on your own unconscious bias, consider reflective practices in team meetings, and explore potential AI applications in your strategy. And if you need assistance, Valentia is here to support and share just examples and tools for your organizational transformation. Okay. And, any questions, I'll open it up quickly for questions. I have like 1 more minute, but if there are any questions, feel free. I do believe the PowerPoint is going to be sent to participants. So my contact information, I believe you have contact information for all of the panelists. And thank you very much. So I've concluded. So if people have questions, but I've concluded my presentation. Again, thank you. It's a pleasure being here. And
Thank you.
Yolanda, David, okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Sharon Doctor, for that wonderful education. Lecturing. This is real lecturing, starting from reflective practices, transformation, transitioning, and AI inclusions. I don't know if anyone was able to understand the flow, bringing in the AI into the perspective of this course is an excellent input. And also we looked at some of the windows. The Johari window is really a framework for understanding awareness in interpersonal dynamics. So we looked at the self. Of course, I know transformation cannot begin without transforming self. And then the education can help us to identify the open self, the hidden self, the blind self, and the unknown self. Because when you are grounded on this part of self, you can now be able to look at the outer society and then identify the areas of need for transformation. So at times when we stand up to say we are corporate organization working on transformation, I wonder how they do that without first of all developing the framework, the strategic framework on the hidden self, the open self, the blind self, and the unknown self. So these are what can lead us to stand boldly to advance or to address transformation in terms of need and areas of need. So we also looked at the stakeholders mapping, where we look at the potential need, organizational transformation needs. We come to a community, just as someone shared, the people that share their stories and their experiences, you can see how their story opened door for transformation in an establishment where the boss was not able to even though he gave approval, yet he was not able to be available or gave instruction or even notify her that I'm going to be away, but teamwork brought in a strategy that will address the issue. So we also look at the empathy map for brainstorming. And then in that empathy map, what do you see? What do you hear? And what do you think and feel? In a community, assuming you are new to America, what do you see? What do you feel? What do you think about the community? Now, these will now help you. The answers to this will now help you to consider your personal transformation while in a new environment. So everything about transformation is all inclusive. We look at the corporate aspect, we look at the self aspect, we look at the community, we look at new environment and culture. How can they transform you? So these are the challenges that as a leader, you have to really equip yourself with these knowledge and resources before you can be able to lead well. And from this Sharon's presentation, you can see where and how leadership fail. Leaders fail in their leadership because some of these things, especially in the political oriented nations, you are a member of a political party and you invested so much, you are active, and they just give you a leadership position. And then that leadership position, were you able to underscore these areas that can equip you effectively to be able to lead? At times when I look at the leaders in my country on Facebook, what they showcase in their Facebook, I laugh at myself because these are not indices of leadership. It's the money. So. Hello? Yes. Yes.
Dr. Otter, you're not on mute. Maybe
Yeah,
you're
no. Yeah.
not on mute. Dr. Otter was giving a great summary.
Yeah.
I think there was one question, was it that someone had? I saw there, or maybe they.
Please, can you just
Oh,
give
we
me
can hear
3
you.
minutes?
Yeah.
3 minutes.
3 minutes, okay.
Yes, I'll pick some.
Okay. I know I ended on the AI. Were there any questions or about AI? I think you have a question. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So like I said, I had to start.
So this Emmanuel, mine is not a question.
Yeah, I didn't have a, okay, I should have raised my hand. Yeah, your presentation was awesome, Sharon. It was amazing. And I had to step away for a minute when you had called me, so I couldn't come on. The use of AI is very important in, today's life, and the technology is advancing. So I like the fact that you brought up AI to for people to use. I think probably most people in other parts of the world, especially in Africa, places like that, they're not very versed in using AI yet. But for big organizations and people in leadership and stuff, I think there should be a special training to be able to implement AI, because it takes away wasting one's time. It makes your work more efficient. And for me, for example, I'm in the public relations sphere, so I use AI for editing, for designing, for doing several things. And for some research, sometimes it's a bit scary when they have too much information, but at least it cuts down the time of getting things done. So which is important for people in leadership roles to implement the use of AI or have some form of training to be able to make their work quicker, more efficient, and have more information about things. It's very helpful. And that's just what I have to say about it. Thank you.
Yes, so thank you. I'm back.
I think Dr. Emmanuel had a question. So
yeah, we are coming to question area. I did mention that at the end of the two resource persons presentation, they will have 15 minutes for question, and we are going to do it in the next 3 minutes. So keep your questions. Dr. Emmanuel is here. Sharon is also here. I always spot, once you see me spot the two of them out, you raise your hands and you'll be called to ask your question. Alternatively, put your question on the question and Q&A chat box, please, to save time. Yeah. So what we are now, I don't know where I stop, but what is very peculiar to this training, that we need to identify at least 3 stakeholders important areas as a leader that you want to utilize to direct your leadership. Remember, once you are appointed as a leader, what comes to the mind is that you must make some positive transformations. There must be significant transformation in your leadership role, and then, of course, you have to use yourself as a model to be able to transform the agendas of your responsibility and the mission, and also project the visionary ladder that the next person after you will be able to climb. But when you don't have that visionary ladder, when the next person comes and nothing to climb, then everything you did for 4 or 5 years in your tenure as a leader will never become a legacy. It will be trashed out. So there is just a graduation ladder that you have to start from self and then take up to the visionary ladder of what your leadership role is. So, and then again, we have of course, we know the issue about empathy mapping, the map of to brainstorm of transformation. You know, what do you think? What do you feel? What do you hear? What do you see? And then what do you have to say or do? This is the strategy that needs to be, that resonate inside your brain to be able to achieve a legacy. Because all these things we're doing is legacy. If we don't do anything to leave a legacy, then we have done nothing. And then, of course, we know the latest agenda of AI. Everyone is talking about AI, but Sharon has been able to expand on the necessary need of AI and how it could be utilized. So two peculiar things that we have to explore: the Johari window, we have to identify the stakeholder, we have to seek a diverse perspective and decision, and then also again apply framework in your work. Without framework, even if you are a teacher, even if in your home, as a mother, as a father, as a wife, as a husband, you need to apply the framework in order to direct the affairs of where you are leading. So the ball is open right now for question and answer. So we are very grateful to our two resource persons today. Wonderful knowledge, and I want to believe that we have gotten to a point of no return on this course. Yes, I'm looking for Emmanuel. Emmanuel, you are not on camera.
Yeah, I'm here.
Thank you, thank you. So the floor is open. Questions? I can't see hands up. Do we have hands that are up? Hello. Wow, no questions. Wow.
We are coming, you know. We just it's a lot of information
Questions.
today, and we're trying to, you know, reflect and put ourselves in before we come out with some questions. So we're coming.
So there are two things. Either we manage to confuse you, and so you don't
Or
know
you
what
were,
to
or
say,
you were too
or
excellent.
we're too yes.
Excellent. You know,
Everything is
you
okay.
know. So
Yeah.
what
But
are we?
whilst waiting for the questions, I wanted to highlight the relevance of AI. I mean,
Please, can
some
someone
doctor,
take the big photograph, please? I
some
hope
doctors,
I have been taking photograph all this time I'm talking. Because if I don't have photograph when I'm talking alone, then I'll delete all this program today. All right, so go ahead, Dr. Emmanuel. Sorry for that interjection.
that's okay, that's fine. I just wanted to also highlight the point that Sharon made about using AI, and to say that as development actors, I mean, AI has come to stay. And so it's important that we look at the good side of it, leverage on it to use for almost everything that we do. And that's just the point I wanted to make. Well, I remember initially, even within our circles, it wasn't really everybody who wanted to. I used to be the boss of one renowned civil society organization in Ghana. And you give work to somebody to do. I mean, being upfront to say that, of course, I use AI to support me with it. They just want to be silent on it. But sometimes you could clearly tell because you know the way the person's possibly sometimes right. And now it has changed drastically. I believe that it's important that we leverage on AI in almost everything that we do to see how we improve. I thought it's important I make that point. Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. What I want to really bring out to the resource persons is issue of cultural integration, whether in terms of gender equality or in terms of innovative strategies for transformation and collaboration. If you take our mind back to the times of our forefathers, they were rooted on issues of culture. And then it came to our own millennium. I call it, we are the young millennium, the different millennium, cultural millennium, you know. Things were changed theoretically from the cultural perspective, but not in practice. Now, the question is, when it comes to gender, what kind of strategic framework do we put out or do we come with in order to be able to handle these gaps in terms of cultural biases, cultural integration, cultural values and norms that is causing problem in trying to balance the gender gap?
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. I guess this question goes to me entirely because they're looking at gender, and you are right. Cultural integration issues are issues that we shouldn't downplay if we really
Follow.
want. Okay, sorry, because I'm using the speak.
Earphone.
Yes. If I not my phone, I'm using a laptop, but
Oh, okay.
I'm using the speaker just so that I can hear clearly. Yes. I was making the point that if you really want to achieve gender equality, the 132-year gap that I mentioned, as the data suggests, if you want to get it done, you cannot do that effectively without looking at culture, because there are certain cultural dynamics that we need to solve. Remember, I was giving the case, a typical case that I myself was involved in, the case that I said in northern Ghana, where they had built a hospital because they needed a health center. Yes, government did it, but posted for women, in fact, but posted a male midwife there. Culturally, they thought that why would a male midwife be attending to the females? Because they felt that once you are pregnant, you go and you expose yourself to the male. And for that matter, you want to use the clinic as a means to get more women to access healthcare. But rather, it prevented them from going because you've built a nice facility and you have a male there instead of a female. Until our NGO intervened and sought the help to get a female posted there, and the male was asked to go somewhere else. So the issue was persistent. And so that is how culture really comes in to solve. So it's important to understand the cultural milieu of a particular place before you want to intervene with the view of trying to solve the gender equity or gender equality gap. So that is one. Another is what I mentioned about the gender model family approach, where is a gender transformative approach. In fact, the UN FAO has adopted it, and currently it's being implemented, used in various countries. The only thing that this really helps in solving the cultural barriers and cultural issues just at the household level, and of course by extension at the community level. But it's not something that has been modeled for let's say a countrywide approach. But the belief is that individuals make a household, and household makes communities, and community makes society and a country. And so if you use the gender transformative approach, the gender model family, which talks about the fact that we should have roles that men, women, boys, and girls play or contribute at the household level. So the case is that when the woman is in the house and is doing the cooking, the boy or the man in the house should not be seen just sitting idle, watching television, or have gone to play because cooking is the preserve of a woman.
Mm.
In some circles, the woman will go fetching water, and until the last boy in the house has taken the bath, the woman has no right to do same. And so that is what the gender transformative model, the gender model approach comes in to solve. So adopting models like the GMF would solve some of these issues or challenges we have with culture. And once society becomes aware of the gender model family and somebody is in top leadership, maybe at the country level, let me say if I'm the president of Ghana and I understand the gender model family approach well, I believe that if I have a minister for gender, children, and social protection, I'll be able then to support her. Or in case it's a him, who is the minister for gender, children, and social protection, give them all the necessary support because I understand it from the household level. I'll give them the support to make sure that we champion gender equity and gender equality. So that is what I could say. Thank you.
Mm. Thank you, Doctor. Thank you. Yes, Dr. Charing, you have anything to add?
Yes, I would just like to say, I focus so much on leadership as well. And we also have to consider that a lot of this is about power and people not wanting to give up their power. So kind of understand who are the key players. Is someone power is threatened? And if we assess that, maybe this person is leader feel like there's less power, like how do we present something that they benefit? Because as I stated earlier, it's not about us, but sometimes we have to approach things where the person that we need the approval, they have a perceived benefit. And whatever that perceived benefit that we think will get their buy-in. So I almost feel like we've been talking about like maternal and child health issues and equity for many, many years. So again, like Dr. Emmanuel said, we have lots of work ahead of us. But I think, in our own communities, within our own organizations, if we can impact change by identifying who are the leaders that can make that change and be strategic and intentional and influencing them.
Thank you. Thank you so much. You see, we have also gotten another issue. We talk about collaborative transformation, where all of us are leaders in different organization, institutions, and what do you call government parastatal. So we can team up, collaborative teaming or teaming for collaboration. We can team up, in order to ensure that there is a visionary ladder from this executive course for today. So let's know your areas of interest. You can send it to the email, your areas of interest, and we'll see how we can merge them together, because in one of the, I think that's how to explore this Johari window. We need to see how best to bring them together, or even the gender transformative model approach. So, but we need to make sure, as Sharon Doctor said, the continuity of the program, which was presented. She mentioned this about 3 times, the continuous process of this particular course. So the outcome is not just taking the certificate and go. We need to see how to develop it and then leverage it to a very more sustainable outcome and continuity. So thank you. And any other question? One last question. Any other person with hand up? Go ahead.
Can I? Right.
Yeah.
So for me, I don't have a question like that, but I have a general reflection. And first of all, thank you so much, Dr. Emmanuel and Dr. Sharon, for such a presentation. I feel freshed up. So I'm just looking at building resilience. I mean, I'm putting myself reflecting with all the information given. And for me, building resilience, leadership in practice, or leadership in policy and practice as a researcher and a practitioner. And both you touch areas that are very relevant for me. And of course, in the area where you have to navigate complexities like conflict and cultural resistance. And this is where leadership, transformative leadership. And I think both of you have touched all the areas, how you navigate conflict and cultural resistance. For example, what Dr. Emmanuel shared in a community a hospital where they brought a male midwife, and I think that was not relevant. And for me as a practitioner, how I go about lead, how I overcome complexities, all these examples and the case studies that you've given really is very relevant and has really enriched my leadership skill. And so I'm very thankful. But yeah, so my question is, how do you navigate conflict and resistance in leadership, in area of policy and practice? So, I mean, general question. Of course, we talk about stakeholder mapping. And from my experience, there's a lot of conflict. I mean, stakeholder cannot only be in NGOs or something like that. It can be in the school, in organization, and wherever. Everywhere you meet people and you need to collaborate and work. So how do you foster leadership?
Mm-hmm. It's all I can quickly respond to that in terms of relationships. And I will start off by saying when I joined, when I was first hired, I joined a nonprofit organization as vice president. And my initial goal was to build relationships. When I walked in, like I just knew that, like I knew I wanted to build relationships with the department head. So I joined committees, participated, and not just showed up at the committee and took up a seat, but when it was time to do the work, I volunteered. If it was like to create a presentation, to whatever it was, I did. And over time, that was a very effective strategy because people had tended to rely on me and also had respect. And what I noticed is that when I, of course, there's always conflict, but when I made recommendations, like people listened. Right. And so sometimes when you walk in a room, you have a presence or an executive presence. And I would say that I had that executive presence. And when there's conflict, sometimes when there's conflict, you have to listen and be reflective. And so that's all I have to say. But I think we embody the leadership, and sometimes we have to be reflective because sometimes it's not the leadership, it's us. And so we have to sometimes like take responsibility of how we're going to communicate what that ask is and how do we solve those conflicts, manage those conflicts as well. And my last point is that when conflicts occur, it's so important to nip it in the bud immediately, to address it immediately. I've seen so much damage when, the leader just didn't want to deal with it and just wanted everybody to get happy and just caused lots of problems that, became an HR problem with bullying complaints and all this other stuff. So that's my response.
Yeah, so
Thank you. Yes.
in terms of how to navigate it, what I could add is that that's where the stakeholder mapping is critical. Because when you do a very good stakeholder mapping, you are not only looking at those who are going to support your action. Good stakeholder mapping, you also want to look at those who are likely to push back or to resist. And so once you get that done, quickly you'll be able to possibly develop some strategy to see how you can really counter that. And so that is when Dr. Sharon was doing the stakeholder, and that was the comment I wanted to make, that it's a good undertaking, but we have to look at those who are likely to be your allies and those who are likely to push back. Then you strategize, identify. Let me give you a typical instance. Over the past week, I've been involved in two kind of work, and incidentally, they are all in nutrition. So one has to do with front of pack food labeling and the fact that there are a lot of sugar sweetened beverages that are causing non-communicable diseases and the like. And so in as much as there's an intervention to see how we can reduce this, they were in the room talking about industry interference. They said that they don't even want to even see or invite any of those industries producing sugar sweetened beverage. And then the point is that why don't you identify them? You know that they are going to resist. Then you find a strategy to be able to counter the resistance. Sometimes even meeting them to understand what they do and how they do things would even help you in coming up with some strategies. The similar thing also happened, also still in line with nutrition, when we were looking at bullion fortification. And the whole sense of it that if you allow the industry to come in, they may possibly push your agenda off the road. But I said that do good stakeholder marking, identify those who are going to support and those who are likely not going to support, and have some specific strategies to make sure that you get them off. You can do same when we are talking about gender equality. You can do same when you are talking about transformative leadership. Sometimes a leader takes up a position and you don't have everybody who want to support you because they wanted somebody they know to occupy that position. But when you identify those, then you can really have a way to counter, to make sure that they buy in your idea. That is what I want to say. Thank you.
Wow.
Thank
Thank you so much.
Yes.
I think we've done justice to this program. Today, the day one, I don't know about you, the day one had been very, very educational. I don't know what you have learned, but I want to believe that this executive course for this month has achieved its objective. True or false?
True.
Good. Can we clap for ourselves? And can we clap for our resource persons, including our special guest that gave the way for good presentation, the Honorable Commissioner from Sudan. So it's been so wonderful. Thank you, my very good friend. Myself and the Sharon Doctor, we've known as, I think, since 2009, right?
Yes.
We've done a lot together at the United Nations through community organizations, and we have continued to get to each other. So it's been wonderful having her again. And also Dr. Emmanuel, when he sent me email that I spelled his name wrong, I said, these African people don't come with their heart. But I see the stuff he's made with, so I'll be glad to network with him. I think he should be able to receive a gender advocate expert, award. So get ready for us. My second name is Oliver Twisto. That's I always stay behind, but I want more. So don't run away. So it's wonderful meeting you, meeting each and every one of you. And my Honorable Sarah, all the way for St. Martins, she had been here with us since morning, the Speaker of a Parliament. And tomorrow she is going to give us the closing statement for these 2 days. Also. And In fact, we are looking forward to her invitation to come to her parliament to do this training.
That's it.
And in spirit, but
Yes.
so this is all about that. And to every one of you that had time to join to make this laudable, make yourself, I want to believe that we are all equipped to advance our vision. Because one thing is that advance our vision, but let's start to work on ourselves. And to my co-host, Doctor, that we have to do it this way. No, just don't worry. We just have to do it this way. I said, Dr. Rachel, this thing is getting too much. That's not how it's supposed to do. But let's just make it way. It's going to happen. Even at a stage where I wanted to cancel it, he said, no, let's continue. And you see, cooperative thinking strategy, we'll pull our heads together, and this is what we have today. So it's very, very interesting, and I'm so happy that we've done the day one successfully. Now, those of you that don't have the background image, please find someone to help you put it. We want to have a very beautiful professional background tomorrow. Okay, that's one thing. And then again, tomorrow, again, we are going to have the same time, 9:15 a.m. The Zoom opens at 9:15, and at 9:45 a.m. we get started. We are not starting with opening statement. We are starting with the first resource person. And then after the first resource person, the second resource person, and then we have conversation, questions, and answer. But those of you who have some questions, still want to send questions, please share it in the email, because I'm sure the resource person will be available tomorrow and I can bring it up today. Tomorrow is the last day. So we get together again and conclude this executive call. Please email your correct official name. This is not about conference certificate. It's a course certificate that is a live document, academic document. So send your official name to the email so that we can be able to have the university prepare your certificate. So thank you everyone for coming. Thank you our resource persons. And as Oliver's twist, if you want some more, stay behind. Yeah.
Well, bye-bye. Let's continue the conversation on WhatsApp
Yes.
chat. Yes.
Yes. We can
Thank you
on
all for
WhatsApp.
today.
Bye.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank
Yes.
you.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Rachel.
Having you all. Thank you.
Bye, Lady Rachel.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Bye, everyone.
And for those from the CFAT
Thank you.
team that
Bye.
used Sylvia Babalola to log in, please send me your official names, please. Thank you.
Those of you that couldn't log in, I'll prefer if they have Gmail or Yahoo Mail, please send it so that we can, because it's like that their official email could not be. It must have gone somewhere because I've sent it several times and yet, or that please, the link I gave you should not be shared out, please. So goodbye, everyone. See you tomorrow at 9:15.